sloop John B. My grandfather and me, around and round that so town we did roam. We stayed awake all night. We got into a fight. Well, Lord, I feel so broken up. I've got to go home. I feel so broken up. I've got to go home. I feel so broken up. Yes, I feel so broken up. Lord, I feel so broken.
Got no letters here today, though I'm 1,000 miles away. I'll be back, I've got 22 more days. Hello, sweetheart. Our ship just pulled into filling with a load of oil from the Gulf when the ship's agent brought the mail on board. You should have seen all the smiling faces of the messmen and the oilers. Why, even the first engineer got a few letters from back home this trip. But for me it was the same old story. Just like the last two ports we've hit. Nothing. I know it's hard on you, me being away for almost a whole year now. But that's the life of a seaman. I don't know if you've been counting the days, but I have. There's only 22 more days left, and I'll be home. You know, I've walked this old tanker from bow to stern 1,000 times wondering what you might be doing on a night like this. I know it's hard on you, me being a seaman. Hell, it's like we're never home. Well, it's hard on me too. Every port we dock at, there are 1,000 girls waiting to keep her company. But they don't really care about us. All they care about is that roll of money in our pockets. Now, I'm not saying that I don't hit the bars. Sure I do. Everybody does. From the captain to the messman. The booze seems to help somehow. And those sad songs on the jukebox always remind me of home. The National Bulk Ship's agent asked me if I'd sign up for another year after this trip. But I told him, no way. There's only 22 more days left, and I'll be home, and that's it. Please meet me at the airport, sweetheart, and bring the kids along with you. Oh, I can't wait to see them again. And if you have room in that old Ford of ours, pick Mom up on the way, will you? I guess I'd better close this letter off now so I can get it to you. There's only 22 more days left, and I'll be home. Got no letters here today, though I'm 1,000 miles away. I'll be back, I've got 22 more days. I'll be back, I've got 22 more days.
It's a little green cottage by the sea, and a memory keeps a haunting me. For it was there where I were born, in the a little green cottage home, in a little green cottage by the sea. I can see my mother standing by the door, and my memory wanders on some more. How she used to sing to me as she tossed me on her knee in a little green cottage by the sea. I can never forget my childhood days, how I romped and shouted around the place, with my mom scolding me as she spoke so solemnly in a little green cottage by the sea, in a little green cottage by the sea.
The boat in that sound, come on, the boat in that sound. When you're talking about blue swapping all around. Lambert said, oh, buddy, gone, in your soldier head. But they said, oh, Lambert, boy, all the swapping dead. The boat in that sound, the boat in that sound. When you're talking about blue swapping all around. Lambert said, oh, buddy, gone, in your soldier head. But they said, oh, Lambert, boy, all the swapping dead. Oh, 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 da 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 da, da 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 da. I'm in my boat. I heard somebody come to me and says, I can't remember who it was. Say Lambert and Butter was gone up in the sound. They're fishing on the boat. I say, oh yeah? I said, well, you know what I do? Duck say, I got that's a tell enough. I said, I got home. And I got make that song. I got listen to the when I make it now, when I make the song and put the ear to it, you must come to the violin now to play. Say Doctor say, oh, cause you think you can make it? I say, I'm going down now and I'm gonna make that song. And after I make that song, I want you to play it. And when you play it again, you must play it everywhere we go to have this dance, you must play it. Mm-hmm. So I said, you hear the word, Doctor? He said, Judy, that sound good. Never said, hear the word, never said, I can put it here. Good, and we can play it all over the place. Mm-hmm. I say, that's what we do. Mm-hmm. And then they come in common, then we played it all East End, Born Town, Jaws, everywhere he went. He played and I beat the drum. Right. And I sung the song while he was playing the violin, I was singing the song. I think I hold it to me. Mm-hmm. I had to go Born Town and I had to play with Baligo song. Mm-hmm. So I said, Baligo song, I got a new song to give you, boy. He said, do you got one? I said, yeah. I said, you heard this one yet? Then I started play it like that. You said, but you don't know how to sweet a song. I said, I made it,
Northwestern, Northwestern, yes, man. The harbor gone empty, but a valiant man. He stood the west coast like a veteran. And Saturday morning from 10 o'clock, crossing from Belfast from Georgetown now. Northwestern, Northwestern, yes, man. Northwestern, Northwestern, yes, man. Breeze by the red, I kept piping down. Ramba fishing in Tampa Bay. She got West of Key West, 20 more to go. Then she got in trouble, couldn't make it move. Northwestern, Northwestern, yes, man. Northwestern, Northwestern, yes, man. Yeah, Malcolm with the coolest had said, we got to get to land or we'll all be dead. And Ramba feeling it, answered the call. Then it's about Key West, Chicago and all. Northwestern, Northwestern, yes, man. Northwestern, Northwestern, yes, man. We cheers for the captain and the valiant crew. They did some everything that human hand could do. And it's because of them Ramba will sail till our days are numbered within the bill. Northwestern, Northwestern, yes, man. Northwestern, Northwestern, yes, man. Northwestern, Northwestern, yes, Northwestern.
There's an old sea captain that lives down by the shore. His eyes are sort of misty. He can't see the sea no more. His breath, it smells of whiskey. His teeth, tobacco stained. His mind is full of memories when he would hoist the main. He sailed to every harbor from here to Singapore. He's loved 1,000 ladies. He's left 1,000 more. Won't walk to church on Sunday 'cause he can't find his way. But since he's got no money, they don't miss him anyway. Somewhere there's a heaven for all men of the sea, a place where they can take the helm and sail eternity. Somewhere a ship awaits him, and it will bear his name, and he can ride the endless waves and steer his course again. I always look forward to a visit with the old captain. When he tells his stories of the high seas and exotic ports, I'm like a little kid listening to a fairy tale. Oh, he exaggerates a bit, but so what? As the old captain says, a story with no lies is extremely dull. I brought a bottle of whiskey. That always creates a gossip among his neighbors. Well, the captain has words for his neighbors that I wouldn't dare repeat. I walked to the back porch where the old man usually lies in his canvas hammock. Here he could listen to the waves break against the shore. When the old man wasn't there, I knew something was wrong. When I entered his home, I somehow felt as if I were invading his past. Hung on his living room wall is a collection of medals and old photos of majestic sailing vessels. There were also letters of commendation. I read a few lines. So he didn't make all his stories up. I walked past an open closet and there hung his moth-eaten uniform. I bet he was a real ladies' man in his younger days. Then I saw what I'd expected. Most of his face was covered by a graying beard. A peaceful smile was quite obvious. Beside his bed, a kerosene lamp flickered, and in his callous hands he held an old ship's log. The pages were covered with dust.
Then I noticed his last entry had been scribbled down just yesterday. Hello, my friend. I knew you'd find me. No one else has visited for some time. Open that bottle up and have a drink on the old captain. I'd like to ask one small favor. Make sure I'm buried at sea. You can sell my meadows to cover the expense. The ship's log you're holding, that's yours. It's full of great stories. I wish I could leave you more, but that's all I've got. And please, shed no tears for me. I'm off now to raise an anchor and sail again. I opened the curtains to let in a bit of sunlight and stared out at the endless
1,
sea.
2.
Maybe it was
Yeah,
my
check 1, 2,
imagination,
1, 2.
but way off in foggy
Okay,
horizon,
I'm all right.
I
You
saw
guys
a
okay?
three-masted schooner in full sail, and someone
1,
at the
1,
helm waving at me.
2.
I rubbed my moistened eyes and looked again. I guess it was my imagination. The schooner was gone.
Somewhere there's a heaven for all men of the sea, a place where they can take the helm and sail
One sec, testing. Got no
So you working for government, you work for government too?
And steer his course again.
If you're looking at paradise, place to have some fun. Everything happens, an island on the sun. Can spend your lifetime a looking, if you do not see. Island of Grand Cayman, pearl of the West Indies. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. If you visit this island, always want to return. Matter where you come from, be the island in the sun. Life is so happy, everything is so free. Come to the Isles of Grand Cayman, pearl of the West Indies. Oh, oh, oh. Uh-huh. Da. Do, do, da. Da, da, dee, da. Grand Cayman is an island, the blue Caribbean Sea. With its unspoiled beauty, nature has given to thee. Don't spend your lifetime a-looking, just listen to me. Come to the Isles of Grand Cayman, pearl of the West Indies. Uh-huh, oh, 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 ba-ba-la.
Welcome to my world. Watch the sea in motion. Come meet all my friends in the planet ocean. Multicolored fish so free in the planet ocean, underneath the sea. Leave Earth behind, cleanse your wearied mind. A new world you will find in the planet ocean. How can I express the place I love the best? I hope I'm laid to rest in the planet ocean. Oh, the endless tide of the sea in motion. I have found a home in the planet ocean. Leave your earth behind, cleanse your wearied mind. A new world you will find in the planet ocean. How can I express the place I love the best? I hope I'm laid to rest in the planet ocean. Oh, the endless tide of a sea in motion. I have found my home in the planet ocean. Welcome to my world. Watch the sea in motion. Come meet all my friends in the planet ocean.
recollections remain with us through the course of time. It's really a collection of the things we've done and seen. And if you know this country well, you know just what I mean. Like Luisito Heights making a fish tea, that's Cayman. Cassava cake and cold swanky, that's Cayman. A jobina drink and a beef patty, that's Cayman. And Herbie Martin, that belly, that's Cayman. Georgetown Harbor sleeping quietly on Sunday night. Captain Theo and Rex Crichton making Christmas bright. In Cayman Brack, the cocoa plum covers the ground like grass. And people you don't know at all wave hello as you pass. Country and western and dirty reeds, that's Cayman. Children sucking on a mango seed, that's Cayman. Nor'wester waves in Hogstye Bay, that's Cayman. Pirates Week, East End Day, that's Cayman. Mr. Howell shoe shop in the older part of town. Casuarina's leaning on the roadside in South Sound. To look out on the ocean and see various shades of blue. To walk the road at night and find nobody bothers you. Looking crabs with a little flashlight, that's Cayman. Nobody in town after 9 at night, that's Cayman. People in the airport know you by name, that's Cayman. At Rum Point before the Hyatt came, that's Cayman. A nation is a people living out the lives they choose, celebrating when they win, crying when they lose. And those who say Cayman is not a nation legally, it's very clear to me they missed the point entirely. Smelling jerk pork as you're driving by, that's Cayman. Christmas beef, button tonguefish fry, that's Cayman. Your car break down, you get a lift to town, that's Cayman. Sunday cricket, agriculture ground, that's Cayman. A downtown beach where children swim, that's Cayman. Mr. Jim, remember him, that's Cayman. Spots landing and Christmas breeze, that's Cayman. Miss Coney, macaroni and cheese, that's Cayman.
Well, you don't have this, you don't have that, but you break down.
If you're fond of blue sky and snow white sand, a place to rely and play holding hand, where the air is pure and the view is grand, there is no place like Grand Cayman. And if you take a visit stay to enjoy the moonlight along the bay with the breeze that blows across the land. You'll sure fall in love with Grand Cayman.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, good morning and welcome to the 2021 National Heroes Day celebrations. My name is Samuel Rose, Cabinet Secretary and proud son of a Caymanian seaman. It is my pleasure to be your master of ceremonies for today's proceedings. This year, we especially honor our seafarers. On this National Heroes Day, we'll celebrate all things Cayman through song, historical artifacts, and the men and women whose contributions have been pivotal to the development of these islands and the betterment of our people. The parade is now arriving. Please clear the square as the parade is now arriving. Thank you very much.
In Hero Square, Georgetown, good morning.
You've done this already.
Huh? In Hero Square, Georgetown, Grand Cayman, good morning and welcome to the 2021 National Heroes Day celebrations in Georgetown. I'm Shanda Gallego, joined by Radio Cayman's very own Susan Watson.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Shanda. Yeah, yesterday, National Heroes Day for the Seafarers was for the Eastern Districts, which took place at the historic site of Pedro St. James in Savannah. The celebration continued today, as you mentioned, here at Hero Square, as the Seafarers will once again be honored. Thank you for joining us on Radio Cayman and watching on CIG YouTube channel and on their Facebook page as well. This is the third day of celebration as we pay tribute to our seafarers for Georgetown and West Bay recipients. As you can see in the background, the parade is in position.
Cayman's seafaring heritage takes center stage. And at this time, we are welcoming the parade as they get ready for the official opening.
This is a time when the country will reflect on our proud past and embrace the future as a united people. And the 2021 celebration will celebrate, as we mentioned, our seafaring heritage and recognize our national heroes.
Now we have the full ceremony here on Grand Cayman. We've actually had it divided into two due to the COVID-19 restrictions. We are respecting existing COVID-19 protocols. And I must say, Susan, we are doing a very great job with maintaining those protocols.
And some of the parade consists of the detachment of course, the Royal Cayman Islands Police Service, the Royal Cayman Islands Police Band, as you just heard, a detachment of the Cayman Islands Regiment, a detachment of the Cayman Islands Fire Service, Her Majesty Prison Service, Cayman Islands Cadet Corps, a detachment of the Girls Brigade, as well as the Scouts and Cub Scouts, and a detachment of the Seventh-day Adventist Pathfinders.
Just want to make a quick note that one main difference this year than previous years, or from previous years, will be the limit on numbers of who can attend the ceremony. Will be by invitation only. So organizers are encouraging those that do not have an invitation to tune in to the live broadcasts instead on Radio Cayman 89.9 FM and CIGTV. And you can also check us out on YouTube and Facebook.
And pretty much this day's event will follow the same sort of schedule of events. You have the arrivals of the platform, and then we'll follow with some remarks. You're listening to live coverage of the 2021 Cayman Islands National Heroes Day on this public holiday in the Cayman Islands.
And Susan, the weather is beautiful. As it was yesterday, we had a great crowd that was out, and we enjoyed towards the evening, an awesome opportunity for light refreshments. And while we do have this invitation by only ceremony on Grand Cayman, we are encouraging each and every one of you to also take some opportunity to visit the exhibits that are available on Grand Cayman at the Seafarers Hall.
And just to let folks know, the official arrivals, we're waiting the official arrivals. Then the official opening will consist of conch shell blowing, and that will be done by Mr. Deal and Miss Ariane Ebanks. And there's going to be followed by a proclamation. Then, of course, the arrival of the seafarers and the ringing of the bell to commence watch. And we'll see the presentation and hoisting of national flags, the national anthem. There's going to be some opening remarks it's going to be opening prayer first, then opening remarks by the Honourable Dwayne Seymour, Minister for Health, Environment, Culture and Housing. And there's going to be the keynote address by the Premier, the Honourable Alden McLaughlin. And we'll have a special presentation by His Excellency the Governor and the Honourable Premier.
If you missed the 2021 National Heroes Day on Cayman Brac and the first event of two for Grand Cayman, you can go ahead and watch that broadcast on CIGTV on YouTube, their channel.
Reminder that once the parade is assembled, we ask that everyone refrain from crossing Heroes Square. So if you do need to get to the other side, please walk around the periphery of the square. Thank you.
Mr. Samuel Rose just given some instructions. And just following on the events of today is going to be, of course, the musical tribute. That's the well-loved song that the Seafarers loved, Letter from Sea from Andy Martin. And he's going to be performing that as well with the Barefoot Man and C&B, which was got a big applause yesterday at the Heroes Day celebrations in Pedro St. James, Savannah. And also we're going to hear some remarks by Mr. Denniston Tibbetts. He's the president of the Cayman Islands Seafarers Association. And there's going to be the presentation of the National Heroes Day Awards, ringing of the bell in memoriam. Then there's going to be a section where they recognize the active seafarers, and National Heroes Commemoration and unveiling of bus. I believe there are going to be 3 that's going to be unveiled here today.
We have added an element of technology to our celebrations. We have a drone which is fixed with a camera taking video and photographs.
To close the event for the 3rd day of celebrations for the 2021 National Heroes Day in the Cayman Islands. Today we're recognizing the seafarers from Georgetown and West Bay.
For those that are watching on CIGTV, you would notice that our Master of Ceremonies, Mr. Samuel Rose, is dressed rather uniquely this morning and this time around. That is actually a very special feature that we are going to be looking forward to during the ceremony. And for those that are listening, well, it's a very interesting chain that he's wearing, if I should say, across, like on his suit. And we'll tell you a little bit more as the program progresses. But for now, in the heart of Georgetown, we are here, Susan Watson and myself, Shanda Gallego, for another special live national television broadcast of the National Heroes Day celebrations, an annual patriotic event that serves to recognize outstanding citizens for service to the country. In this case, Cayman's seafaring heritage takes center stage. Susan, I am pretty sure that if people did not tune in yesterday, they missed something. They missed a very special program. It was beautiful. From the remarks that were made to the musical items, we heard from Mr. Andy Martin himself during what we could call an overwhelming and emotional tribute to the seafarers themselves. What did you think about the program?
I think it was well organized, and kudos to the protocol office and also all of the committees who had the hard choice of choosing the recipients that will be acknowledged here today at the National Heroes Day celebrations. I believe there's going to be the recipients of the Order of the Cayman Islands, and there are 8 recipients. Ms. Susie Soto, I believe, will be getting an award, a Certificate of Honor. To be a member, Ms. Reba Dilbert, Certificate of Honor. Also Pastor Randall Von Cannell and Dr. Delroy Jefferson, and some others as well.
You know, for this National Heroes Day celebration 2021, the nominations period for National Heroes Day actually was extended from October 30th to November 14th, I believe, and it was because of the volume of interest from the public. Cabinet took that decision to extend the nomination period by 2 weeks to allow for more time for the community to get the applications in. And I will say, Susan, we have received over 200 applications this year, and the amount or the number of individuals being awarded this time around for this year is outstanding.
And just to speak on some of the other recipients that will be getting the Order of the Cayman Islands, to be an officer, Ms. Heather Borden, Certificate of Honor, JP, also Dr. Gerald Smith, who will be getting a Order of the Cayman Islands award here, and Mr. John Edward Ebanks, Certificate of Honor, and Nurse Shirlene Enriquez, Certificate of Honor, also a recipient of the Order of the Cayman Islands. And as we wait the official arrivals of the various dignitaries, I just couldn't help but, because, you know, I love poetry. In the program, there's a poem. It's called The Tribute to Lives Lost at Sea. It's Psalm 23 of the Mariner's version, and it was written by Captain J. Rogers. And I'll see if I can read it real quickly before the officials arrive. The Lord is my pilot, I shall not drift. He leadeth me across the dark waters, and steereth me in the deep channels. He keepeth my log, and guided me by the star of holiness for his name's sake. Yea, though I sail amid the thunders and tempests of life, I shall dread no danger, for thou art with me. Thy love and thy care, they shelter me. Thou preparest a harbor before me in the homeland of eternity. Thou anointest the waves with oil, and my ship rideth calmly. Surely sunlight and starlight shall favor me all the days of my voyaging, and I will rest in the port of my Lord forever. That's a tribute to lives lost at sea. Psalm 23, Mariner's version, Captain J. Rogers.
What a beautiful tribute, Susan, and many more to come during this year's ceremony, today's ceremony at Hero Square in Town Center, Georgetown. Now, to limit social gathering and respecting the existing COVID-19 protocols, attendance here is by invitation only. Officials are encouraging those that are not here, that are not by invitation only, to tune into the live broadcasts on CIGTV and on Radio Cayman 89.9 FM. You can also check us out on YouTube and Facebook. Now, as part of the celebrations, if you're not able to be here present, if you're not able to be here, there will also be an exhibit to commemorate this year's Seafarers theme at the Cayman Islands Seafarers Hall in Prospect that's curated by the National Museum. The exhibition will open to the public from January 26th That is Tuesday, January 26th, for 1 month.
You know, I'm sitting here, I'm just thinking how the onslaught of technology is affecting one of the world's oldest industry, the shipping industry, and the evolution of seafaring in this digital age. I'm sure the tools have changed. It takes me back to I remember my father's sextant, which is an instrument with graduated arc of 60 degrees and a sighting mechanism used for measuring the angular distances between objects and especially for taking altitudes in navigation. I remember my father's sextant. I think we have some parts of it still left. It was in a dark box, and it was a sight to see, and he would tell me stories of how he used that tool to navigate the waters. Just to remind you, due to the ceremony, some roads will be closed in downtown Georgetown until 9 tonight to allow for the ceremony and the breakdown of the event. So just be aware of that. They include the top of 4th Street at the junction of 4th Street and North Church Street, the bottom of 4th Street by the clock tower. So road closures in place.
And C3 networks. We are also streaming live on CIG TV's YouTube channel and broadcast on Radio Cayman's 89.9 FM.
The link or reminder to those family and friends who are not able to be physically with us today that they can watch the proceedings on a number of channels, stream it if they are overseas, or even listen to Radio Cayman, which you can also stream online.
I know that
Please remember to visit the Seafarers Hall, where a commemorative seafaring display has been assembled by the Cayman Islands Seafarers Association
and the Bordentown Heritage Committee. This display will be available from this afternoon.
I know those.
Actually, correction, from tomorrow, 26th of January, you'll be able to visit the Seafarers Association Hall.
I know most of you are tuning in via CIGTV, but for those of you tuning into Radio Keynote 89.9, we want to kind of create the visual for you, paint the picture of what's happening right now at Hero Square, Georgetown. It looks a lot similar to previous years. It's only just slightly scaled down in terms of the numbers of attendance or the numbers of those that have attended this year. We do definitely see flags flying high, the red, the blue, the white. Of the Cayman Islands flag, we're seeing in the middle of Hero Square the parade, the contingency here out in full colors.
Yeah, the Union Jack and the Cayman Islands flag in the background, and then the backdrop of the platform with the coat of arms is beautiful as well. And we can see the various detachments of the platform of the parade in place here at the 2021 National Heroes Day as they await the official arrivals. And just to let you know, the Cayman Islands government has designated 2021 as a year of celebrating our seafaring heritage, and it's going to be a year-long celebration. So if you did not get your family member in to be a recipient for this year's celebration, they can be celebrated all year through, so please get in your nominations.
And as we've mentioned before, Protocol Office, Cabinet received 200 plus applications this time around. That's a lot, Susan. But as you've said, there is an opportunity to have your family member recognized at a later time. And for now, we are celebrating those that are here. I believe we have 6 categories of awards to be given out.
Right. Yes, and they are the early pioneers, and that's an individual alive or deceased who made an exceptional contribution prior to the 1940s in the areas of shipbuilding, boat building, shipping administration, turtling, or seafaring. A commemorative insignia and certificate will be awarded. And the next one is Pioneers. It's for an individual, alive or deceased, who made an exceptional contribution from the 1940s to 1980s in the areas of shipbuilding, boat building, shipping administration, turtling, or seafaring. A commemorative insignia and certificate will also be awarded. An Excel at Sea, an individual alive or deceased who during the seafaring career advanced in rank to the highest level of their profession or perform a lifetime at least 40 years of service regardless of final rank, and also a commemorative insignia and certificate will be awarded.
Also,
Go ahead. And Friends of Seafarers as well as Women in Seafaring and a memorial scroll.
Yes, we will definitely give you more details of these various categories throughout the program. And also, Susan, as you mentioned earlier, this year's ceremony will also honor 8 individuals who have accepted admission to the Order of the Cayman Islands. And these newly relaunched awards recognize individuals who have made significant, I don't know how I can emphasize that enough, significant contributions to the Cayman Islands. Nominations were sought from the public, and I believe there were 39 that were considered by the Council for the Order of the Cayman Islands, which is chaired by the Honorable Chief Justice Anthony Smelly.
And Cayman has 9 national heroes, and last time we witnessed the unveiling of the bust of the Honorable Sybil Ione McLaughlin, MBE JP, Honorable Desmond V. Watler, CBE, the Honorable Sybil Joyce Hilton, MBE, Honorable Dr. Roy Edison McTaggart, and the Honorable Thomas William Farrington, CBE JP. And of course, we are waiting to see who the 3 new busts will be here for the 2021 National Heroes Day celebration. And also, I believe the Premier, the Honorable Alden McLaughlin, will be announcing the 2022 theme for next year's Heroes Day celebrations. And that will be announced a little later on in the program.
Yes, but for now, 2021 National Heroes Day recognizes the outstanding contributions made by our seafarers and highlights the inspiring stories of our seafaring heritage, celebrates the industry that's firmly embedded in the history and culture of the Cayman Islands.
The government has designated 2021 as the year of celebrating our seafaring heritage, with a year-long calendar of initiatives focused on discovering and rediscovering the Cayman Islands' seafaring heritage. There will be lots of activities planned this year, so please stay tuned and visit celebratecayman.ky to learn more about the upcoming celebrations, including District Day events across the islands to recognize all Caymanian seafarers at the community level. As you'd appreciate, given the vast numbers of Caymanian seafarers and individuals involved in seafaring, even a 3-day celebration is not enough time to cover and to amply honor those individuals as deserved. So throughout this year, we'll be continuing with our celebrations and recognition of our seafarers as well as our seafaring heritage.
Just tuning in, you're listening to Radio Cayman 89.9 FM, and if you're watching, you are right on time because we are about to begin officially the 2021 National Heroes Day celebrations at Hero Square, Georgetown. I am Shanda Gallego, and I'm joined by
Susan Watson.
We are delighted to bring you full coverage of this morning's ceremony.
And if Donna Bush, if you're watching, you're missing here today, but I think Shanda is stepping in your place and doing a wonderful job.
Taught very well. We are awaiting having the official arrivals in momentarily, and we do see the various detachments standing in place.
You had the parade standing at ease as they await the official arrivals of the Premier, the Honourable Alden McLaughlin, and also His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Martin Roper. So as we wait that, there's a schedule of events for the eyes to see and ears to hear. So it's going to be the official shell blowing to officially opening the ceremony here today.
Phase 2 is now complete. As you see the fountain is operating this morning. That's something that we normally do not do on Heroes Day or during ceremonies as the water was.
And today's Heroes Day will be the recipients from Georgetown and West Bay.
We have 3 waterfalls representing all 3 Cayman Islands,
Cayman Brac and Little Cayman. We'd like to thank especially our architect and lead designer, the manager for Georgetown Revitalization Project, Mr. Colin Lumsden, for his vision in overseeing the project, as well as Mr. Alan Robinson and the Public Works Department, Mr. Alfonso Wright from Celebrate Cayman team, the American Bronze Foundry, who have completed our busts with the advice of Mr. Davin Ebanks, Caymanian artists working in the United States. The landscaping has been donated by DART. The construction was carried out by Mr. Ron Wilson and construction team, ITC team, Pool Patrol, Pro Plus, Cayman Airways, Miracle Brokers, Facilities Management, and of course, our Chief of Protocol and her team. So we do hope that you will take your time to walk through and appreciate Hero Square in its upgraded form.
As Shanda mentioned, we're waiting the official arrival. And just to let you know a little bit, the commemorative insignia, there's going to be presented here today to each early pioneer, women and seafarer, and Excel at Sea will be awarded the commemorative insignia here at the National Heroes Day 2021 celebrations. And the 2021 insignia incorporates significant features to represent the seafaring heritage of the Cayman Islands. We have I believe the wild banana orchid, which is the national flower of the Cayman Islands, and also the turtle, catboat, and anchor down to the center of the pin are significant symbols of the Cayman Islands seafaring heritage. And the circular helm on the left stands not only for the excellent vessels or seafarers built, commanded, and sailed on.
Of the platform party.
The Speaker of the House, Honorable Nikita Bush, present at today's ceremony.
Yes, I believe he will be giving the proclamation for today's event. So as we await and we can see the deputy. We can see the Deputy Premier, Mrs. Kokorno, Honorable Moses Kokorno.
Parliamentary Secretary for Tourism, Transport and Sports, Mr. David White, representing the electoral district of Georgetown West. Deputy Speaker and Parliamentary Secretary for Education, Youth, Finance and Economic Development, the Honourable Barbara Connolly, representing the electoral district of Georgetown South. Leader of the Opposition, the Honourable Arden McLean, representing the electoral district of East End. Minister for Financial Services and Home Affairs, the Honourable Tara Rivers, representing the electoral district of West Bay South. Minister for Finance and Economic Development, the Honourable Roy MacTaggart, representing the electoral district of Georgetown East. His Deputy Premier and Minister for District Administration, Tourism and Transport, the Honourable Moses Kirkconnell, representing the electoral district of Cayman Brac West and Little Cayman. Honourable Acting Deputy Governor, Mrs. Gloria Macfield Nixon. And this morning, His Lordship the Chief Justice is represented on the platform by Justice Cheryl Richards. Announcing the arrival of Parliamentary Secretary for Employment, Border Control, Community Affairs, International Trade, Investment, Aviation and Maritime Affairs, Mr. Austin Harris, representing the electoral district of Prospect. His Excellency the Governor and the Premier, the Honourable Adam McLaughlin, will be arriving shortly to take their salutes.
You're listening to live coverage of the 2021 National Heroes Day celebrations live from Hero Square, Georgetown. And today's event will be the recipients from the district of Georgetown and West Bay. We're so glad that you decided to tune in to Radio Cayman. Also view on CIG YouTube channel and on the Facebook page as well. We appreciate you listening and watching.
Is made up of representatives from the Royal Cayman Islands Police Band, a detachment of the Royal Cayman Islands Police Service, a detachment of the Cayman Islands Regiment, a detachment of the Girls Brigade, and a detachment of the Scouts and Cub Scouts. As you were, in our efforts to keep numbers down, we have had to reduce our usual parade contingent.
Master of Ceremonies, Mr. Samuel Rose there, just letting us know that 4 contingents from the police, the Cayman Islands Regiment, Scouts and Girls Brigade, led by the police band, will participate in this parade today. The 2021 event aims to help the islands reflect on the national heritage and simultaneously be
Announcing the
inspired
arrival
for the
of Minister
future.
for Commerce, Planning and Infrastructure, the Honourable Joseph Hugh, representing the electoral district of Georgetown North. At this time, we wish to welcome those joining us via CIG TV's channel on Logic, Flow, and C3 networks, or streaming live on CIG TV's YouTube channel, or those listening to the broadcast on Radio Cayman's 89.9 FM. We welcome you. It is a beautiful day here in Hero Square, glorious weather, and we're so thankful that you've taken time out of your public holiday to watch today's proceedings.
I would definitely have to agree with Mr. Rose regarding the weather. You know, throughout the week it wasn't looking promising at all, but over the weekend we have definitely seen beautiful weather for this year's ceremony.
Yes, a light breeze blowing, and the sun is just taking a little playing a little hide and seek. So that in a way that's grateful. So it won't be too hot,
especially for the parade.
And some puffy clouds in the background. It's a beautiful scenery here, and they've done a great job in decorating with all of the Union Jack flags and the Cayman flags, and the backdrop of the stage as well as looking with the coat of arms looking really nice, and the various detachments of the parade in place as they stand at ease and await for the official arrival of other dignitaries, and also the Premier, the Honourable Adam McLaughlin, and His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Martin Roper. I just saw the Culture Minister, and I'm sure it's going to be
the arrival of Minister for Health, Environment, Culture and Housing, the Honourable Dwayne Seymour, representing the electoral district of Bodtown East.
And speaking of Minister for Culture, Honourable Dwayne Seymour, yesterday he gave beautiful remarks and historical insight into the Seafaring Heritage, Susan. I thought it was really well done. It was well done, and he even gave some personal experiences,
right.
And you know, being the son of a seafarer himself.
I tell you, to give you a little sidebar, when I got home from the broadcast last evening, everyone was talking about the speech done by the Culture Minister, the Honourable Dwayne Seymour, and they say it was such a beautiful speech from the heart. And they talked about, I think he mentioned something about the gypsy, speaking gypsy. So when I got home, some of my friends who are aware of that, they started to talk the gypsy. And I'm like, what are you talking? They said, that's gypsy.
That is
and
gypsy.
that was triggered by the speech given by the Honorable Culture Minister, Dwayne Seymour. So that was quite an
Yes.
entertaining evening.
And one of the things he mentioned was that seafaring is not a life for the faint-hearted. That really stood out to me. And one thing we both can agree on, Susan, correct me if I'm wrong, is that seafaring is an integral part of the Cayman Islands' history, identity, society, economy, and development. And for decades, thousands of Caymanians have depended on the sea for their livelihood. And through the remarks and the stories and experiences that we've heard, and we can attest that it is so. It is so. And today and throughout the weekend, this year's National Heroes Day celebrations, we are recognizing the outstanding contributions made by our seafarers, highlighting the inspiring stories of their seafaring heritage, of our seafaring heritage, and celebrating the industry that is firmly embedded in the history and culture of the Cayman Islands.
And as we await the official arrivals of His Excellency and Excellency the Governor, Mr. Martin Roper, and Premier the Honourable Alder McLaughlin, I'll just let you know that the Scouts of the Cayman Islands have played a significant part in developing young Caymanian boys into diligent, high-achieving seafarers. And I think through the help of several companies and hard-working individuals, the Cayman branch of Scouting was officially recognized by the World Scout Foundation, and after hitting 600 Scouts and Cubs, and the young boys who participated in the program developed many important sea capabilities, such as tying knots and following orders. Discipline, good citizenship, and respect for elders and leaders were some of the many values instilled in the boys. And because of the work done through the Cayman Island Scouts Association, many of these boys went on to become successful Caymanian seafarers.
Wow, that's incredible. That is incredible. And you know, today's ceremony, Susan, is actually jam-packed. There are a number of new features and new elements introduced this year. As we've mentioned before, this year we'll be honoring the first 8 recipients from the newly established Order of the Cayman Islands. 4 officer and 4 member awards will be conferred during the investiture ceremony. And I believe you're mentioning or highlighting the busts.
Right. I believe 3 will be announced. I am really curious to know who they will be. I have an idea, but I won't say just yet. But I've got my fingers crossed.
I'm excited for today.
Yes. It's a pleasure to have you tuned in to CIG YouTube channel and also on their Facebook page and on Radio Cayman as well. So we welcome our listeners and viewers on CIG YouTube channel and Facebook page.
While this is the full ceremony and we are providing you full coverage, we are also quite aware that we are respecting existing COVID-19 protocols. So to limit social gathering, attendance here is by invitation only. There will be no post-event as we would have had in previous years. I think there'll be just light refreshments, but just for those that are here today. So no post-event refreshments or entertainment at this event. However, organizers are encouraging residents to check out the exhibit. There is a curated exhibit to commemorate this year's Seafarers theme at the Cayman Islands Seafarers Hall in Prospect. That's curated by the National Museum, and this exhibition will be open to the public from January 26th, Tuesday, January 26th. Susan, is that tomorrow? That's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow, that's correct.
It feels like it's too far away. It's tomorrow.
It's been a long weekend.
It's been a long weekend, and that will be open. The exhibition will be open for a month once again at the Seafarers Hall in Prospect. So please check that out, and it's curated by the National Museum.
And as we await the official arrivals of His Excellency and the Premier,
Announcing the arrival of the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Derek Byrne.
Radio Cayman and CIG is bringing you live coverage of the 2021 National Heroes Day celebrations, live from Heroes Square in downtown Georgetown. And we see the arrival there of the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Derek Byrne.
Please stand for the arrival of the Speaker of the House of Parliament, the Honorable W. McKeever Bush.
We see the arrival of the Honourable Speaker
Thank
of
you.
Parliament,
You may
Mr.
be
McKeever
seated at
Bush.
this time.
Honourable McKeever Bush. Such a beautiful scene here from this angle, looking at the platform, of course, and the Peace Memorial in the background, and the town clock. Now, I think Constitutional Hall, and the parade standing at ease. CIG, I think, is doing a beautiful job with that shot. I love it.
Definitely want to say good morning to the CIG TV crew, the camera crew, the team that's working behind the scenes to give you this full coverage. I mean, we're just sitting looking pretty, Susan, to be honest with you. But there's a lot of hardworking individuals behind the scenes making this happen. So we just want to give a big shout out to each and every one of you.
And we're not forgetting about the chief engineer.
Yes, over
Mr. Dean Brimmer, yes. And those in the studio, DJ Lynn. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you for watching the 2021 National Heroes Day celebration live from Heroes Square in Georgetown. Just awaiting the official arrival of His Excellency the Governor and the Premier, the Honourable Alden McLaughlin. And when, of course, that looks like it's coming down the path here, on the road here. And once that gets underway, we'll have, of course, the official opening with the conch shell blowing.
For the arrival of our Premier, the Honourable Alden McLaughlin. Premier is accompanied by Mrs. McLaughlin.
See the arrival of the Premier of the Cayman Islands, Honourable Alden McLaughlin, and his lovely wife, as he makes his way to the platform. And being accompanied by the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Derek Byrne.
Mr. Derek Byrne, that's correct. Salute from Premier Honourable Alden McLaughlin as he makes his way to the platform. And one thing you're going to notice, Susan, is a very special attire on with Premier Honorable Alden McLaughlin. Now, we were able to get a little bit of inside scoop into what that is all about. And let's just say it has a lot to do with this year's ceremony honoring 8 persons who have accepted admission
Please
to the Order
remain
of the
standing
Cayman
for the
Islands.
arrival of His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Martin Roper, and Mrs. Roper.
The arrival of His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Martin Roper, and his lovely wife.
His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Martin Roper, and Mrs. Roper.
And he rides on the dais for the royal salute. His Excellency will be conducting an inspection of the various detachments of the parade who stand at ease here at Hero Square. Radio Cayman and CIGs bring you live coverage of the 2021 National Heroes Day celebrations right here in Hero Square, Georgetown. By the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Derek Byrne. Also being escorted by the aide-de-camp to the governor.
And he just passed the Cayman Islands regiment just a while ago there.
And he returns now to the dais for a second royal salute. by the Commissioner
His
of
Excellency
Police,
the Governor will now make his way to the stage where he will
Derek
present
Byrne,
the proclamation
and the
to
aide
the
de camp.
Speaker of Parliament, Honourable W. McKeever Bush. There will be the blowing of the conch shell, symbolizing welcomed news. The Honourable Speaker will then issue the proclamation to formally open National Heroes Day. Please remain standing.
And now we can see the Honourable Speaker, the Honourable McKeever Bush, Speaker of Parliament, with the proclamation in hand to be delivered here at the 2021 National Heroes Day celebrations as we await that proclamation.
As you can see, or you will be able to see that Honourable Speaker of Parliament, I have to get used to saying that now. He was just able to review the proclamation, and he's now making his way over to the podium to read that proclamation.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye, all citizens, residents and visitors to these Cayman Islands. Whereas on the 27th day of January 2003, in the year of our quincentennial celebrations, this plot upon which we are presently met was proclaimed as Hero Square, a sacred place of honor and esteem dedicated to the endeavors, sacrifices, contributions, and achievements of the Caymanian people. And whereas the Wall of Honor and the statue and monument and cultural icons within this hallowed square all stand in remembrance of and in tribute to those who helped to build these beloved Cayman Islands. Therefore, we, the government and people of the Cayman Islands, give notice once again of our determination today and on National Heroes Day in every year hereafter to acknowledge with gratitude and pride the endeavors of our people, to pay tribute and respect to their sacrifices in a way that will forever be impressed upon our hearts and our country as we continue to uphold our values and steadfast dedication to the outstanding individuals who made outstanding contributions to our seafaring heritage. Commemorate those who paved our paths of yesterday, celebrates those who are still serving our community today, and highlight the industry that is firmly embedded in the history and culture of the Cayman Islands. And in furtherance thereof, we hereby give notice on this day, the 25th of January 2021, on every occasion of the celebration of National Heroes Day hereafter, that recognition by way of commendation and award and honors and the laying of flowers may be conferred on not only honored, but ordinary citizens as shall be deemed deserving thereof. Proclaimed in the presence of all gathered here for this purpose at Hero Square in Georgetown, Grand Cayman, this 25th day of January in the year of our Lord 2021, in the 69th year of the reign of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
That was Honourable Speaker with the proclamation to officially open the National Heroes Day event here at Hero Square, Georgetown, Grand Cayman.
I believe up next will be the conch shell blowing by Mr. Deal and Miss Arian Ebanks as they get in position. I just love her dress, the traditional Caymanian dress.
Yes, and Susan, actually her mother
Yes, indeed.
was
Please
the one
give
that
them a round of applause.
made the outfit,
Thank you,
including
Mr. Speaker.
the thatch
Mr.
rope
Deal
headbands.
Ebanks and Miss
lovely.
Ariane
Yes.
Ebanks. The blowing of the conch shell is a Cayman Islands and indeed a Caribbean tradition dating back to when our society was almost exclusively fed by what we caught from the sea. And so the sound evoked a sense of relief for many families as it meant that those who had gone fishing had returned safely to shore. Conch shell blowing was done primarily by men, but as demonstrated this morning, some local ladies were very proficient in the art as well. What a triumphant way to start our day. We will now have the entrance of the Seafarers, who will be marching behind the red ensign flag, which is primarily used while at sea. Please remain standing as they march to the Andy Martin Classic, the Old Sea Captain.
And if you were able to tune in yesterday, and if not, this particular aspect of the parade is something that the Seafarers Association members said this is what they want to do. The Seafarers themselves marching in with the canal's marine flag, mariner flag, marine flag and I believe that is being carried by Seafarers Association President Mr. Dennis Tibbetts.
And now we can see the Seafarers as they make mention in here, as they take this position.
Sail to every harbor, from here to Singapore. He's loved 1,000 ladies, he's left 1,000 more. One walk to church on Sunday, 'cause he can't find his way. But since he's got the money, they don't miss him anyway. Somewhere there's a heaven for all men of the sea, a place where they can take the helm and sail eternity. Somewhere a ship awaits him, and it will bear his name, and he can ride the endless waves and steer his course again.
I always look forward to a visit with the old captain. When he tells his stories of the high seas and exotic ports, I'm like a little kid listening to a fairy tale. Oh, he exaggerates a bit, but so what? As the old captain says, a story with no lies is extremely dull. I brought a bottle of whiskey. That always creates a gossip among his neighbors. Well, the captain has words for his neighbors that I wouldn't dare repeat. I walked to the back porch where the old man usually lies in his canvas hammock. Here he could listen to the waves break against the shore. When the old man wasn't there, I knew something was wrong. When I entered his home, I somehow felt as if I were invading his past. Hung on his living room wall was a collection of medals and old photos of majestic sailing vessels. There were also letters of commendation. I read a few lines. So he didn't make all his stories up. I walked past an open closet and there hung his moth-eaten uniform. I bet he was a real ladies' man in his younger days. Then I saw what I'd expected. Though most of his face was covered by a graying beard, a peaceful smile was quite obvious. Beside his bed a kerosene lamp flickered, and in his callous hands he held an old ship's log. The pages were covered with dust. Then I noticed his last entry had been scribbled down just yesterday. Hello, my friend. I knew you'd find me. No one else has visited for some time. Open that bottle up and have a drink on the old captain. I'd like to ask one small favor. Make sure I'm buried at sea. You can sell my medals to cover the expense. The ship's log you're holding, that's yours. It's full of great stories. I wish I could leave you more, but that's all I've got. And please, shed no tears for me. I'm off now to raise an anchor and sail again. I opened the curtains to let in a bit of sunlight and stared out at the endless sea. Maybe it was my imagination, but way off in foggy horizon, I saw an old three-masted schooner in full sail and someone at the helm waving at me. I rubbed my moistened eyes and looked again. I guess it was my imagination. The schooner was gone.
Somewhere there's a heaven for old men of the sea, a place where they can take the helm and sail eternity. Somewhere a ship awaits him, and it will bear his name, and he can ride the endless waves and steer his course again.
Captain by Andy Martin, written by Barefoot Man. And that was the song requested by the Seafarers
Today we
as they
will
walked
ring the
in.
bells 8 times. This is done internationally to signify the commencement of watch. Throughout today's ceremony, the seafarers will be symbolically on watch. And so we will have a relay of former seafarers who will be taking turns standing on watch over our parade for the entirety of the event. I now invite you to stand at attention for the breaking of the Union flag and the Cayman Islands flag, followed by the national anthem, God Save the Queen, sung by Mr. Rudy Miles.
Right! Right!
Radio Cayman bring you live coverage of the 2021 National Heroes Day celebration happening at Hero Square, also on CIG YouTube channel and Facebook page. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching.
At this time, we are now standing at attention for the breaking of the Union flag and the Cayman Islands flag, followed by the national anthem, God Save the Queen, sung by Mr. Rudy Miles.
It looks like the Seafarers brought the bright sunshine out and brightened up the place here, so
God save our gracious Queen, long live our noble Queen. God save the Queen, send her victorious, happy and glorious,
Beautifully done.
Thank you, Mr. Rudy Miles. Please remain standing as I invite Pastor James Arch to offer a word of prayer on behalf of our beloved Cayman Islands.
Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we're so thankful that we can lift up our voices in adoration to Thee this beautiful Monday morning under these clear skies and these gentle breezes that are blowing across our islands. We recognize Thee as the God of heaven and earth, the one that made the world and all that therein is. We are so grateful, Father. We are here to thank You and to thank You and to thank You. We echo the words of the psalmist which says, "Oh, that men would praise the Lord for His goodness and for His wonderful works to the children of men." And as we pause today, our hearts are touched and moved by this subject, this theme for today's Heroes Day celebration. Lord, we pray that You will help us to keep ourselves close to Thee and humble. As we celebrate our Seafarers' heritage, we pause again to give You thanks for life and for another beautiful day that You've given us to live here, for the world around us, God's beautiful world, and for these beautiful islands that are home to us. Lord, help us to always remember God. We thank You, Lord, for Your divine help and watch over us down through these many years of the Seafarers' history up until this present moment. We thank You for the material blessing that You have showered upon these islands, also the spiritual blessing that You have given us. Thank You, Lord, for food on our table and for shoes on our feet, clothes on our back, and for somewhere to sleep. Lord, we are duty-bound to give You thanks and thanks and thanks again. Thank You, Lord, for those seafarers that lived before now, that have gone on and did their contribution to these islands. Help us, Lord, to always remember their work. We pray, Lord, for those that are still alive, that we may respect and honor them and always trust that You will help them. We thank You, Lord, for the way that They provided for their families going to sea, and it really helped to build these islands from an economic standpoint. Lord, we thank You for that, and how they built a name for these islands with the skills and ambition that they had, and those that rose to the top and made these islands proud of their seafaring history. Thank You for the provisions of the sea, the fish and the lobsters and the conch and this turtle. Oh Lord, we're so thankful for these foods that You have given us to eat and provide on our table. We pray, Lord, that You will continue to help us to be grateful and thankful. Remember those that built ships and vessels that sailed the seas through rough weather and smooth weather. Those, Lord, that work so tirelessly and hard to provide these things for our islands. So we pray that You will continue to bless each one here, bless the government and the people of these islands. Especially, Lord, we pray a special blessing upon the seamen that are here this morning, the seafarers that are still among us. We pray, Lord, that You will keep them strong and healthy. We pray that Your blessings on this ceremony and all the recipients and honors and awards that will be given here today and received, we pray that You will bless each one. May Your blessings continue with the government and people of these islands. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Our James Arch.
Thank you, Brother James. Everyone, please remain standing as the parade marches off.
And the various contingents of the parade get in position as they are getting ready to march off.
You are listening to Radio Cayman 89.9 FM, and you are watching live coverage of the 2021 National Heroes Day celebrations here on CIG TV. 2021 National Heroes Day recognizes the outstanding contributions made by our seafarers. Yes, Cayman's seafaring heritage takes center stage. And 2021 has been declared the year of the Seafarers. His voice that is speaking is Shanda Gallego, and I'm joined by
Susan Watson. You can see the parade marching off.
of the official parade.
Please be seated.
But don't worry, they will be back.
I now invite the Honourable Dwayne Seymour, Minister for Health, Environment, Culture and Housing, to deliver the opening remarks. Minister Seymour.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. It is such a pleasure to be here to open this celebration of our National Seafaring Heroes on this National Heroes Day 2021. Today we come together to honor and celebrate the accomplishments and courage of our Georgetown and West Bay seafarers. I am often rendered silent with gratitude when I think of the kind spirit it took and to brave the open ocean, and to think of how many did this many times over and over again for each and every one of us. On days like these, a quote comes to mind: "No literature is richer than that of the sea. No story is more enthralling. No tradition is more secure. For all the advancements in science and technology, the sea remains so full of unknowns to this day, blue, vast, and majestic when it is calm, but a beast when it awakes. There is no honoring that will ever be enough, but we will keep trying for all that you have done. Some of the special things to remember are all the ships being fitted out in Georgetown for their voyages, and many of the ships would discharge their cargoes. They're keeping the district seamen very busy. Georgetown was the merchant capital of the Cayman Islands, and towners were excellent seamen, shipbuilders, and navigators. There are so many stories to tell. Another of my favorite is about an innovative feature, in particular of West Bayers. They were known to build turtle crawls in the North Sound using mangrove stakes, which they drove into the soft sea floor and then lashed the stakes together to make a sturdy pen. They kept the turtles there and fed them until they were ready to take the turtles to the marketplace. Such skill and great thinking. Today, we must also remember the seafarers across these islands who had paid the ultimate sacrifice for all of us. Indeed, all gave some, but some gave all. The many lost at sea in hurricanes and other disasters. We are so thankful to have good hurricane warning systems today, but these brave men faced the ocean without today's technology to give them warnings, something many of us would not do. It has been my privilege to serve as Minister of Culture over the past 3.5 years, but I am especially humble to be Culture Minister right now as we recognize and honor on this Heroes Day our seafarers. But those still with us and those who have gone before. We thank God that as the pandemic still rages all around us, we have been blessed to safely come together to celebrate your acts of valor and heroism in one or more of the many aspects of seafaring. As Caymanians, we had to depend on the sea as a necessity, so our history and culture are firmly tethered to the sea. I can still imagine a time when these waters were filled with gorgeous, locally built sailing vessels coming and going. This artsman's skill of building schooners, catboats, and other vessels were also applied to our architecture, which can still be seen in some buildings to this day. For a long period of our history, seafaring provided Caymanians with a way to make a living, and in doing so also helped us to advance and grow our small country. By venturing out to other lands, whether throughout the Caribbean, South and Central America, the USA, and to countries on the other side of the globe, our seafarers also expanded their own horizons. Many of you started careers as ordinary seamen, and by the time you retired, you were master mariners who captained large ships, engineers, bosuns, and yes, in many ways, that important of all position, chief cook. Your journeys must go down in history. For the rest of us, we can appreciate that seafaring is not a life for the faint-hearted, for all that the sea provides. A life at sea also poses infinite dangers. Yet despite these dangers, all of you kept your sights on the opportunities that life at sea provided for your families and for the love of country. It is this courage, sacrifice, and hard work that has helped build our country and the lives we enjoy today. It takes brave men and women like you to take up such a noble and often dangerous calling. We Caymanians are so proud of our seafaring heritage, as we should be. There are so many great qualities born out of seafaring struggles and achievements. Our men went out to brave the unknown seas, navigating around the world, and our women served as the fibers of the household, keeping strong Christian values close. Thatch roping and doing what it took to survive, praying daily for the safe return of their husbands, brothers, and sons. Caymanians have used this to build resilience, perseverance, and aptitude for hard work and a collective Caymankind spirit. Look how far we've come. Seafarers have emboldened us and given us the foundation that has developed our Cayman today into the Caribbean's International Maritime Center. Lastly, I want to thank all the teams who have come together and worked so hard to ensure we can celebrate you all safely and the way you deserve to be. Because of the importance of seafaring, I'm also looking forward to the year-long celebrations, which give us an opportunity to come to each district, where we will have more special events and activities honoring more seafarers. I am pleased that we are able to do this for each of you. Our heritage is written by seafarers, and though we aim to celebrate them throughout this year, let's not forget we ought to be doing this every day. For those of you watching on CIG TV or online, thank you for your continued support of our national heroes. God bless you.
And that was remarks there by the Culture Minister, Honourable
Thank you,
Seymour.
Minister Seymour. At this time, we will now receive the keynote address by our Premier, the Honourable Alden McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Master of Ceremonies. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and especially our seafarers who are here with us this morning and who may be watching or listening via the internet or Radio Cayman. Good morning. I thank you for joining us as we continue to celebrate our national heroes and honor our seafaring heritage. We started our celebrations in Cayman Brac on Saturday, where we paid tribute to the seafarers from Cayman Brac and Little Cayman. Yesterday, we were at Pedro St. James, celebrating seafarers from the districts of Bordentown, East End, and North Side. And today, we pay tribute to our great seafarers from Georgetown and West Bay. There was a time, not so very long ago, when every Caymanian male was expected to go to sea. Going to sea was a way of life. But it was more than that. It was also a rite of passage for young men who more often than not started their careers in their mid-teens. Being called to join a ship was a time for leaving boyhood behind and starting the journey to becoming an adult, making an honest living and helping provide for your family. Equally important, it was also an opportunity to make something meaningful of your life. I grew up in a time when it was still considered that a life at sea would make even the poorest of boys good men. And so from time immemorial, Caymanians from all three islands looked to the sea for a livelihood and sustenance, as well as for enjoyment. We have a rich seafaring heritage of which every Caymanian today is justifiably proud. Caymanians were not only renowned seafarers, but also excellent builders of magnificent schooners, ships, and boats of all sizes. These were all incredible sailing vessels. Two that instantly come to mind for many Caymanians are the Simboko, built in 1927, and the Goldfield, built in 1930. But there were many more. There was a time when Caymanian boats with Caymanian captains and crews plied the waters, fished, ranged for turtles, and carried goods and people to and from our islands, and sailed across the Western Caribbean to Jamaica, Cuba, Central and South America, and the Southern United States. Some have surmised that it was a relative isolation when we were considered the islands that time forgot that drove the need for our forebears to become such excellent shipwrights, master mariners, and sailors. Whatever the reason, undoubtedly our great seafaring heritage is intrinsically linked to the Caymanian pioneering spirit. To my right, here in Heroes Square, is a sculpture of the famed Caymanian catboat that, in my view, can be considered the epitome of that pioneering spirit and our boat-building craftsmanship. As many may know, our distinctive Caymanian catboat was designed and built in 1904 by Captain Daniel Jervis on Cayman Brac. But in no time at all, the design was copied and in use throughout all three islands. So excellent was the maneuverability of the humble catboat that it became the vessel of choice for Caymanians during the first half of the 20th century, not just for turtling or fishing, but also for the transport of goods and people. Indeed, I have heard the catboat referred to as the pickup truck of yesteryear. Given the role they also played in getting people to and fro, I would add that they were also the minibus of yesteryear. The presence of the sculpture of the Caymanian catboat on these grounds is an affirmation of the significance of that vessel to the Caymanian life and livelihood during the first half of the 20th century. I commend Kem Jackson, Jerris Miller, and Ned Miller III, and all members of the Cayman Islands Catboat Club for their important work in keeping the Caymanian catboat tradition alive. It is believed that over 300 schooners and ships were built in these islands during our glorious shipbuilding years. But by the end of World War II, fewer Caymanian schooners and boats were being built, and our men took to working on board foreign ships. In the late 40s, 50s, and 60s, and indeed even up until the early 70s, many hundreds of Caymanian men left home for better pay on merchant ships, particularly the large bulk carriers and tankers owned by National Bulk. The increased income earned on these vessels not only supported the needs of families at home, but also greatly improved their lives, and in so doing, boosted the development of all three of these Cayman Islands. We cannot recall our seafaring heritage without paying homage to Miss Gwendolyn Bush. Miss Gwen, the matriarch of Caymanian Seafarers. Miss Gwen worked for Pan-Carib Agencies, which was the agent for National Bulk Carriers and other shipping companies. It was Miss Gwen who received the telegraphs from the shipping companies stating what seafarers were needed, and it was she who told the men that they had gotten their call. She made sure that passports and all the necessary documents were in order for the men to sail. At any given time, there were hundreds of Caymanians at sea, and to Miss Gwen, they were all her boys. Boys because many of them were only 16 or thereabouts when they joined their first ship. We also must remember Rosingdale Borden, better known as Captain Dell of Georgetown. He was a bit older at age 35 when he joined National Bulk, but he had begun going to sea with his father, a mate on the Webster ships at the tender age of 15. Captain Dell had a storied career working on ships owned by Texaco Oil, the Standard Fruit Company, and the United Fruit Company. He also served in the British Royal Navy, serving on minesweepers. By 1944, he had attained the position of Chief Petty Officer, and he is thought to be the only Caribbean-born commissioned officer to serve in the British Royal Navy during World War II. It is said that while sailing with national bulk carriers as a chief mate, he befriended Captain Merrill Southwell and Daniel Ludwig, the owner of National Bulk. He told them about Caymanian seamen and their staunch work ethic. They were impressed, and as they say, the rest is history. In 1998, Captain Dell was cited by the Cayman Islands Seafarers Association for his contribution to our economic development through seafaring. As part of our celebrations, we are looking to discover the names of all Caymanians who today still carry on our seafaring tradition. Two that we are aware of that are still working are Captain Radley Scott, our last known captain who is still at sea, and Gentry Lee Tatum, who is sailing on articulated tug barges in the United States. Both Captain Scott and Gentry are from Cayman Brac. Though we no longer have hundreds of seafarers still active at sea, the Cayman Islands still plays a pivotal role globally on the maritime stage with our Cayman Islands Shipping Registry, which provides flag state services to ship owners and their vessels. The registry was begun in 1903, and from its records, we are able to learn a great deal about the history and tradition of the Cayman Islands seafaring and maritime industry. Through the early schooners, such as the Explicit, built and owned by Joseph Taylor Rich of Cayman Brac in 1916, to the Armistice, built in 1918, and others that were involved in the turtle trade that alongside thatch rope were our first real means of international commerce. Turtles and thatch rope were for many years the Cayman Islands' chief exports. Those boats, along with the names of Nonoka, Simboko, Lady Slater, the Arbutus, Clara C. Scott, the Goldfield, and many, many others found in our shipping registry, remind us not only of the incredible number of boats built in our islands, but also how significant they were to commerce and the vital sea links for transporting people and freight. Few may be aware that the Lady Slater, because of her size, would today be classified in the same category as a super yacht. She was used to run the Kingston, Cayman, and Tampa route to carry people as well as freight. In recalling these great ships, we are reminded of our famed Caymanian boat builders such as James Arch, Ray Albauden, Joseph Rich, Keith Tibbetts, John Miller, and many others. They are all being honored and remembered this weekend. We must remember and honor the history of our great ships and shipbuilders, as well as our brave seafarers. They are an integral part of our proud history, a history that reminds us how much we owe to the great generation of Caymanian men and women who braved the waters in those times. It has been reported that during the so-called Southwell years, over 2,000 Caymanian men sailed every sea and ocean in the world. The Cayman Islands government report for the years 1953 to 54 provides good insight into the number of Caymanian men at sea in the 1950s, when it noted, and I quote, "The business of the dependency nowadays is the export of seafaring men," unquote. Succinct, but true. So important was the economic activity created by our seafarers and the allotments that they sent home that our first commercial bank, Barclays, started operations here. As our economy grew and as tourism and the construction sectors were beginning, our seafarers were able to use the skills learned aboard ship to get work at home or to start businesses, and so the need to go to sea for a living dwindled. Seafaring that served as the backbone of the Cayman economy well into the 20th century increasingly became unattractive as a way of life. It was a tough and dangerous job that left fathers separated from their families for many months, and at times for years. And so, our seafaring way of life gave way as opportunities at home increased. Nonetheless, the seafaring period of our history remains stitched into our very being as a people. We are reminded of it everywhere, in the stories still repeated at family gatherings, and even in our national symbols. Our coat of arms with 3 stars, representing our 3 islands, resting on blue and white waves above the words from Psalms 24, "He hath founded it upon the seas," remind us of it. Our national song, "Beloved Isle Cayman," written by Miss Leela Ross-Sher of blessed memory, speaks poignantly to being in far-off lands and longing for home. I am sure in many ways the words in that great song express how our seafarers must have felt on board ship, far from home, and counting down the days until returning to their beloved islands set in blue Caribbean Sea. Cayman Brack's own, and indeed the Cayman Islands' own, Andy Martin, also summed up these feelings in his popular song, "Letter from Sea." And I, like I'm sure the rest of you, look forward to hearing from him shortly. "Letter from Sea" was not only a hit song in these islands, but was also very popular in the jukeboxes of seaports from Honduras and Nicaragua through the southern United States. I thank all of you who took time out on this holiday Monday to be with us here today to honor our seafaring men and women. I thank those whose hard work has made these celebrations possible: Minister Seymour and Acting Chief Officer Nelly Pucci, and the staff in the ministry responsible for culture, Cabinet Secretary Samuel Rose, the Protocol Office, the Celebrate Cayman Committee, and the many others on Cayman Brac and in Grand Cayman who have given of their time and talents. I also thank the members of the Cayman Islands Seafarers Association in Grand Cayman, as well as the members of the Veterans and Seafarers Association of Cayman Brac and Little Cayman, for not only helping make this Heroes Day a success, but also for the work you do every day to keep our seafaring heritage alive and to provide assistance and camaraderie to our seafarers. I thank the members of both organizations for your service. I have 2 important announcements to make regarding 2 aspects of our year-long celebration of our seafaring heritage that will help to permanently memorialize the seafaring heritage that these islands are so very proud of. The first is that in the coming months, we will rename Harbor Drive to Seafarers Way to celebrate and highlight our seafaring heritage and the points of significance along the Georgetown harbor front. And the second is that we will develop a national park to be called Seafarers Park, with groundbreaking next month. The park, to be located on the site of the old Tower building, will create a downtown public space where the community can gather The park, to be located on the site of the old Tower building, will create a downtown public space where the community can gather, play, and be inspired by our seafaring history and heritage through design and installations. These will include a bust of Miss Gwen in recognition of her contributions to our seafaring legacy. The year ahead is going to be an exciting one as collectively we celebrate our seafarers and their incredible contribution over most of the history and development of these islands. Later in the program today, We will also add new busts of our national heroes to Heroes Square. We will memorialize Mr. Ormond Panton, Mr. William Warren Connolly, and Miss Evelyn Wood. And today, I am also very privileged and honored to let you know that the Cabinet has decided to name a new national hero, Mrs. Leela McTaggart Ross-Shire. This honor recognizes the significance of her contributions as a patriot and nation builder. Not only is she renowned for her national song, Beloved Isle Cayman, but she was also the author of many poems that reflected the Caymanian people, our spirit, and our way of life. She first penned Beloved Isle Cayman in 1930, and the song was recognized as her official song in 1993. It is treasured as our national song, not only because of its unique style, but the words also engender much pride, emotion, and patriotism in the hearts and minds of all Caymanians, and indeed of everyone who calls our beloved islands home. I know that I am filled with a sense of pride every time I hear our national song. And I am therefore, as I said, pleased and privileged on my final occasion as Premier to have been able to announce Miss Ross-Shire as our newest national hero. As we honor and celebrate the efforts and achievements of those who have gone before us and those still with us contributing to the well-being of these islands, let us also acknowledge the blessings of the present and look to the promise of the future with excitement, expectation, and optimism. Before I close, I wish to read a few words that, in my view, speak eloquently of our glorious seafaring heritage. These words are taken from a document titled Vessels Built and Owned in the Cayman Islands, that is part of an interview in August 1988 of Mr. Heber Arch, when he was interviewed by Miss Arthurlyn Pedley. I quote from Mr. Arch's interview: "The days of sailing are long past for most of these proud ships, but their memories will live on in the chronicles and in the hearts of the people who remember the thrill of sighting a gleaming white sail on the horizon, a tiny speck which promised the return of men long at sea, husbands, fathers, sons, or friends. The ships still come and the men still return, but seldom can you see the stately beauty of ship under full sail, her sticks thrusting skyward, and her sails straining to move her homeward, and the cry, which could still bring a thrill to the stoutest seamen in this snug Cayman harbor: sail ho! May God bless us all, and may He continue to bless these Cayman Islands that He hath founded on the seas, with fair winds and following seas." Good morning.
That was the keynote address by the Honorable Premier.
At this time,
I will invite His Excellency the Governor to join the Premier as we present the instrument of appointment of a national hero, our new national hero, Miss Leila Ross Shire, to the family who will meet the Premier and His Excellency on the stage.
My whole back feels like blow dry. As you've heard there, Susan, Premier Honorable Alden McLaughlin announced the newest national hero.
Yes, Miss Leila McTaggart Ross Share. Beloved Isle Cayman, she penned it in 1930, and I can see her family on stage at the moment to accept this award.
It's interesting that Premier said that he's filled with a sense of pride every time he hears the song, and I would agree with him on that every single time we hear that, as it brings pride, emotion, and patriotism to one. And he also noted he was pleased to make that announcement on his final occasion as Premier.
Also, I believe he mentioned two changes. Harbor Drive will be renamed Seafarers Way. That's a wonderful change.
Yes, and of course the other, the development of a national park.
Right.
Now will be known as Seafarers Park.
And that will be located on the site of the old tower building.
The Honourable Premier and His Excellency and the family to move to the front of the stage for the unveiling of the newest banner for our new national hero, Miss Leila Ross Shire.
And the family of the late Miss Leila McTaggart Ross Share, as they make their way in front of the stage, as our latest national hero will be unveiled. Much deserving, I would say. Shanda?
I agree.
I think there was a recent documentary that was done on featuring Miss Leila McTaggart Ross Share. Now we can safely say the Honourable Leila Alberta Ross Share Certificate of Honour, our latest national hero, unveiled right here at Hero Square at the National Heroes Day celebration in Georgetown.
And now we will commence the inaugural investiture ceremony for the relaunched Order of the Cayman Islands. The Order of the Cayman Islands is a society of honor established under the National Honors and Awards Law 2010 and the National Honors and Awards Amendment Law 2018. The Premier, by virtue of that office, serves as the Chancellor and principal companion of the Order. For today's investiture ceremony, the Chancellor of the Order is wearing the principal companion's collar chain, which contains the insignia of the Order. A council for the Order has also been established under the law and is responsible for considering nominations for the various levels of the Order. I wish to acknowledge the Chair of the Council of the Order, His Lordship the Chief Justice, the Honourable Anthony Smelly, as well as Council members Mr. James Ryan, Mr. Norman Bawden, Mrs. Celine Krantz, and Mr. Malcolm Eden. As the Cabinet Secretary, I am, by virtue of that office, Secretary of the Order, and charged under the law with organizing investitures of the Order. Today, I am wearing the Secretary's badge, which also contains the coat of arms and insignia. The motto of the order is, "Determination conquers all." At this time, I will invite the new members of the order, as I call their names, to approach the center of the stage, acknowledge the presence of the Chancellor of the order, and then step forward to receive their insignia and warrant of appointment. After a brief photo, they will make their way across the stage.
I believe there's going to be 8 recipients of the Order of the Cayman Islands.
To be an officer of the order, Ms. Heather Borden, Certificate, Honor, Justice of the Peace, for sustained and selfless voluntary service.
As you mentioned, Susan, 8 outstanding individuals have accepted admission to one of the highest national honors and awards in the Cayman Islands for the Cayman Islands. And I believe that there were 39 nominations?
Yes, correct.
And out of that,
8 were chosen. But persons can renominate again for the next 2022 National Heroes Day celebration.
To be an officer, Dr. Gerald Smith, for long-standing contributions to the medical field.
And as you've heard earlier, the attire that Premier is wearing, what he's wearing is the principal companion collar chain. That's what we observed earlier
Mr. John
this morning.
Edward Ebanks, Certificate and Badge of Honor, for outstanding voluntary and charitable work.
And Mr. Ebanks, Mr. John Edward Ebanks, makes his way to the platform where he's being presented with his award from the Premier, the Honourable Alton McLaughlin.
And that is for his contribution in a most outstanding way to the improvement of the lives of others in the community. His work is received and recognized
To be
with
an
wide
officer,
appreciation.
Nurse
on all 3
Charlene
islands.
Henriquez, Certificate and Badge of Honor, for significant contributions in the nursing practice and charitable works.
And we can see Nurse Charlene Enriquez, Certificate of Honor, on stage there accepting her
Thank
reward.
you.
She's a recipient of the Order of the Cayman Islands.
To be a member of the order, Mrs. Suzanne Soto, Certificate and Badge of Honor, for outstanding philanthropic and community service.
Nice applause there for Miss Susie Soto, Certificate of Honor, to receive her award here at this National Heroes Day celebration. And I believe she's responsible for the establishment of the not-for-profit organization, the Cayman Heart Fund, the island's first heart health advocacy group. Also, Ms. Soto is known for her tremendous work in developing the tourism industry. She's a recipient of the
To be
Cayman
a
Certificate and Badge of Honor.
Of the order, Ms. Reba Dilbert, Certificate and Badge of Honor, for outstanding work in the areas of arts and culture.
Big applause there for Ms. Dilbert.
I do think that she's getting that applause because, as per usual, Miss Reba Dilbert delivers in style every single time. And so she is adorned in a feather hat.
And I'm sure she made that as well.
I'm sure she did. She is being recognized for outstanding work in the area of arts and culture. And we know her very well. Over the years, have contributed to the development of the tourism industry and serving as mentor to many young people across the Cayman Islands, especially in the field of arts and craft.
talented costume designer and seamstress.
To be a member, Dr. Delroy Jefferson, for service throughout the COVID-19 pandemic and to the medical field.
I actually had the privilege of interviewing Dr. Delroy Jefferson some time ago for his outstanding contribution, and knowing that he has served throughout the COVID-19 pandemic and for continued leadership in the medical field. And just knowing also
one
he's done
recipient of the member of the Order of the Cayman Islands,
mission trips and
Pastor
voluntary
Randall
medical work across the world.
scheduled to return
Haiti
to
and
Kenya
Africa.
in the coming months. He will be presented with his insignia and warrant of appointment at a later date. This brings to an end to today's investiture ceremony for the Order of the Cayman Islands. Please give all worthy recipients a round of applause.
Individuals accepting their admission to the Order of the Cayman Islands.
We now turn the focus of our program to celebrating our seafaring heritage. To set us in the frame of mind and to walk us down memory lane, we have today for you, ladies and gentlemen, special guests, the unofficial anthem of Seafarers, Letter from Sea, by Mr. Andy Martin, accompanied by the Barefoot Man and the C&B Band. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Andy Martin.
A well-loved song by the Cayman Islands Seafarers, Letter from Sea. And it'll be done by, of course, the Cayman Cowboys, he's fondly known, Andy Martin, accompanied by the Barefoot Man and C&B.
You know, it's really interesting, Susan, as yesterday he performed his song and it was rather emotional for him.
Yes, I was crying.
We were both. I didn't want to say anything.
And I just spoke with him prior and he said, I was crying too. I get a lot of emotion. I get very emotional when I perform this song.
Yes.
So you can expect that same reaction this
I'm sure
morning as well.
It brings back memories.
Got no letters here today, though I'm 1,000 miles away. I'll be back, I've got 22 more days. Hello, sweetheart. Our ship just pulled into Philly with a load of oil from the Gulf when the ship's agent brought the mail on board. You should have seen all the smiling faces of the messmen and the oilers. Why, even the chief engineer got a few letters from back home this trip. But for me, it was the same old story. Just like the last two ports we've hit, nothing. I know it's hard on you, me being away for almost a whole year now, but that's the life of a seaman. I don't know if you've been counting the days, but I have. There's only 22 more days left, and I'll be home. You know, I've walked this old tanker from bow to stern 1,000 times wondering what you might be doing on a night like this. I know it's hard on you, me being a seaman. Hell, it's like we're never home. Well, it's hard on me too. Every port we dock at, there are 1,000 girls waiting to keep her company. But they don't care about us. All they care about is that roll of money in our pockets. Now, I'm not saying that I don't hit the bars. Sure I do. Everybody does. From the captain to the messman. The booze seems to help somehow. And those sad songs on the jukebox always remind me of home. The National Bulk Ships agent asked me if I'd sign up for another year after this trip. But I told him no way. There's only 22 more days left, and I'll be home. Please meet me at the airport, sweetheart, and bring the kids along with you. Oh, I can't wait to see them again. And if you have room in that old Ford of ours, pick Mom up on the way, will you? I guess I'd better close this letter off now so I can get it to you. But there's only 22 more days left, and Lord, I'll be home. Got no letters here today, though I'm 1,000 miles away. I'll be back, I've got 22 more days. I'll be back, I've got 22 more days. Thank you.
Big applause there for the Cayman Cowboy, Andy Martin, Barefoot Man, and C&B. Popular requested song on Radio Cayman as well, Letter from Sea. You're listening to live coverage of the 2021 National Heroes Day celebrations, live from Hero Square.
Thank you once again, Mr. Martin, accompanied by Barefoot Man and the C&B Band for such amazing walk down memory lane. Indeed, Mr. Andy himself has been a recipient of the Friends of Seafarer Award in recognition of the impact his song has had on families in this community and around the region. I now invite Mr. Denison Tibbetts, the President of the Cayman Islands Seafarers Association, to deliver remarks. Mr. Tibbetts.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary, Mr. Master of Ceremonies. Protocol having been established, it only remains for me to say, my fellow seafarers, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a very good day to all of you, and what a lovely day it is turning out to be. I must first thank the government of the day for recognizing and declaring the year 2021 the year of the Seafarer. And of course, it would be rather remiss of me if I didn't say thanks to the patron of our association, the Honorable Makiva Bush, who fought very hard on our behalf, the government of the day in 1994, to enact legislation for health insurance coverage and the ex gratia payment that all of our Seafarers Association members now receive and indeed rely on to live in some comfort. I have the pause here. This is not a part of my remarks, but I have to make them. I have the pause and say a big thank you to the Honorable Premier for all the surprises that he just gave us. I think it's been a long time coming, but it's very welcome, and he deserves a round of applause for that. Ladies and gentlemen, our seafaring heroes, both past and present, have built a legacy for us today that we must acknowledge and be grateful for. We must never allow their contributions to our nation to be forgotten. We must teach our young people the history of our nation so that they can take pride in the resilience of our ancestors and be inspired to emulate their greatness. As we celebrate our seafarers, both past and present, we must also salute our country's frontline workers for the critical role they play as we unite to battle the COVID-19 pandemic. Today, on behalf of a grateful nation, I say thank you. On this day, we hail our seafarers and celebrate them on this National Heroes Day of the Seafarers. And we honor those great men and women of the sea who, through pride and resilience, sacrificed their blood, their sweat, their tears, and indeed their lives to ensure that we can all live in a better Cayman today. On this day, we remember all our seafarers, past and present, as we thank Almighty God for their foresight and strong-willed nature that has contributed so much to the Cayman we all enjoy today. Now, some of you have asked, what does 8 bells signify? Well, all seafarers know that one stroke of the ship's bell signifies the start of the first half hour of the watch. Then an additional bell is struck for each half hour of the watch. Thus, 8 bells signifies the end of a 4-hour watch. 8 bells is also struck on the passing of a seafarer, signifying the end of their final watch. Thus, my friends, is the significance of 8 bells. As we gather to celebrate this Heroes' Day, may we celebrate a heritage of resilience and pride as we pay homage to them all. May I take this opportunity to remind all Caymanians to display that resilient spirit that was taught to us by the men and women who went down to the sea in wooden ships. May God continue to bless us all, and may He continue to bless these beautiful Cayman Islands we all call home. Thank you.
Seafarers Association President Jonathan Tibbetts with his remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Tibbetts. For decades, thousands of Caymanians depended on the sea for their livelihood, and through their heroic efforts in boat building, shipbuilding, shipping administration, turtling, and seafaring, these hardy and intrepid Caymanians built the foundation of our islands. Today, we will commemorate this event by the presentation of the awards to the early pioneers, and those who excelled at sea. I now invite the Premier, the Honourable Alden McLaughlin, to present these awards. I will also invite, in turn, elected members of the Parliament to join the Premier as we make these presentations. You are welcome to applaud after each name is called, and as awards are presented on stage, please use the assigned photography area over that side near the catboat monument. Now, each and every awardee being awarded or honored today was nominated by you, a member of the public, their family member, employer, or friend. You were a part of their recognition today, and we applaud you, our Cayman Islands. We will begin with the Early Pioneer category. An early pioneer is an individual who made an exceptional contribution prior to the 1940s in the areas of shipbuilding, boat building, shipping administration, turtling, or seafaring. Each honoree will receive a commemorative insignia and a certificate. In a few cases, the awardee's family member or representative will accept the award in their honor. Indeed, for the early pioneer category, I believe that most of the recipients will be honored posthumously. I ask the Honorable Joseph Hugh if he will be able to join the Premier. Minister Hugh has bravely come out here this day. And so we'll get him up first. Thank you again, Minister Hugh, for joining us.
Starting in the district of Georgetown, and 22 recipients in that category.
Early pioneers for the area of Georgetown. Mr. Edward Ray Arch.
And we can see the family member accepting the award for Mr. Edward Ray Arch, MBE.
Mr. Fortescue Edenston Arch.
Once again, you're listening to Radio Keynote 89.9 FM, and you're watching on CIGTV, the National Heroes Day celebrations at Hero Square, Georgetown. We are at the presentation of National Heroes Day Awards.
And the family member of Mr. Fortescue Eddington
Mr.
Arch accepting the award.
Arch.
I believe this is in the Early Pioneers category for the area of Georgetown. And as we mentioned, the Early Pioneer is an individual who made an exceptional contribution prior to the 1940s in the areas of shipbuilding, boat building, shipping administration, turtling, or seafaring. And each honoree will receive a commemorative
Mr.
insignia
Henry James Arch, Sr.
as well as a certificate. And of course, in this category, and in a few cases, the awardee's family member or representative will accept the award in their honor.
Right. So we heard Mr. Henry James Arch, Sr.
Mr. James Heber Arch.
And a family member, looks like Mr. Dick Arch, is making his way to the stage to accept the award on behalf of his family member, Mr. James Heber Arch. Blessed memory.
Susan, I do appreciate the fluidity of the program.
Mr. Loxley Arden
smoothly.
Arch.
We're still in the Early Pioneer category. And family member steps forward to accept the award on behalf of Mr. Loxley Arden Arch. Several arches in here.
Yes.
For the Georgetown area.
Mr. Seth Richard Arch.
And the family member step forward to accept the award on behalf of Mr. Seth Richard Arch, Certificate of Honor. And
Mr. Herbert Atwood Bodden.
And family member steps forward as well to accept the award for Mr. Herbert Atwood Bodden.
Mr. Roland Archibald Bodden.
We're still in the Early Pioneer category, and this one is for Mr. Roland Archibald Bodden. Family member steps forward. And an opportunity for some photo.
Captain Rosingdale Bodden.
Very familiar looking person, or past or former colleague, Mr. Roy Bodden, as he accepts the award on behalf of his late father, Captain Rosingdale Bodden. Presenting the awards are MP, Mr. Joey
Honorable
Hugh,
Joey Hugh, that's right.
and the Premier, the Honorable Anthem McLaughlin.
Captain Charles Christopher Bush.
Awards in the category of Captain Richard Edward Bush and Captain Charles Christopher Bush. And that looks like that's Captain Paul Hurlston accepting the awards on behalf of his family member.
Thank you, Minister Hugh. I will now call upon Minister Roy McTaggart, Honourable Roy McTaggart, to join the Premier for the next group of presentations. Captain Richard Edward Bush.
Radio Cayman is bringing you live coverage of the 2021 National Heroes Day celebrations live from Hero Square in downtown Georgetown.
And please stay in place as the recipient will also be collecting for Captain Richard Ellsworth Bush.
So a lot of captains here. Captain Richard Edward Bush and Captain Richard Ellsworth Bush. being honored here today at Heroes Day Celebrations 2021?
Mr. Claude MacDonald Hill.
That's Mr. Claude MacDonald Hill being honored in the Early Pioneers category.
Mr. Joseph Bradley Hines.
And in this category, it's the early pioneers being presented.
Mr. Lemuel Richard McField.
By the Honourable Minister Roy McTaggart and Premier the Honourable Alda McLaughlin. So we heard Mr. Claude MacDonald Hill and Mr. Joseph Bradley Hines awarded in this category, the early pioneers.
Mr. Oliver Wendell Hurlston. That will be collected later. Mr. Innes Ashton McTaggart Sr.
And family member steps forward to accept the award on behalf of Mr. Innes Ashton McTaggart Sr. The day is turning out to be
And the recipient will also
quite
be
nicely.
collecting for
Not
Mr.
too much
William
sun.
Henry McTaggart.
Also being awarded here is Mr. William Henry McTaggart.
Honourable Dr. Roy E. McTaggart. I believe it'll be only fitting for the Minister to receive that one from the Premier. So Honourable Dr. Roy E. McTaggart.
This is the National Heroes Day celebrations from Hero Square. Thank you for listening and thank you for tuning in on CIG YouTube channel and the Facebook page.
Now this is
Indeed, Dr. Roy
the
is
second
one of
and
our
final
national
event
heroes.
for the Grand Cayman celebration, Susan. It's been an eventful weekend.
Yes.
But beautiful nevertheless in that
Mr.
celebrating
Utley
national
Hencliffe
pride and our seafaring
Parchment.
heritage.
Mr. Otley Hencliffe Parchment being recognized here in the Early Pioneers category. I believe there may be two more recipients in this category, and this is for the District of Georgetown for the Early Pioneers category.
Captain Arthur Collingworth Smith. That one will be collected later. Mr. Alban Atherton Whitaker the first. Thank you, Minister McTaggart. At this time,
Opportunity for some photos, and I think the next category will be, we're still in the
at
Early
this time, I will
Pioneers
call upon the
of
Speaker,
the District of West Bay.
the Honourable W. McKeever Bush, to join the Premier for the next set of presentations to early pioneers from West Bay.
And I believe there are 41 recipients in
We
this
begin
category.
with Mr. Orit Osby Banker.
The family member of Mr. Orit Osby Banker is making their way to the platform to accept on his behalf of the late Mr. Orit Osby Banker.
And Susan, I believe we're still in the early pioneers category.
That's correct, for West Bay District.
For the West Bay District. And once again, the early pioneer category is an individual who made an exceptional contribution prior to the 1940s in the areas of shipbuilding, boat building, shipping administration, turtling, or seafaring. And each honoree receives
Mr.
a commemorative
Henry Michael
insignia and
Bond
certificate.
II.
And we can see the family member now making their way to the platform to accept the award on behalf of Mr. Henry Michael Boddens II. And these recipients are being awarded by the MP
Mr. John
and the Speaker of the
Oswald
House of
Bond.
Parliament, Honourable Makiva Bush, and also by the Premier, the Honourable Andrew McLaughlin.
Mr. William Alric Borden, Jr.
As you heard, Mr. John Oswald Borden and Mr. William Alric Borden Jr., family member, currently on stage to accept the award. Little breeze coming through.
Captain William
Feels quite nice,
Ray
eh?
Borden. That one will be collected at a later time. Mr. Charles Alvey Bush.
And Mr. Charles Alvey Bush is being recognized here in the Early Pioneers category for the District of West Bay. And he will be presented with an award, a certificate award, and also the commemorative insignia.
Captain Ali Osmond Ebanks, Sr.
And the family member of Captain Ali Osmond Ebanks Sr. is making his way to accept the award on behalf of the late Captain Ali Osmond Ebanks Sr. A lot of Ebanks in this category.
Mr. Alvin Lewin Ebanks.
So along with their certificate, they will be receiving, each honoree, a commemorative insignia, and that is designed to honor their outstanding contributions to the seafaring heritage of the Cayman Islands and is intended to be attached
Captain
to clothing.
Benson Obadiah Ebanks, Sr.
And also worn at special occasions, such as the National Heroes Day celebrations.
Yes. And Captain Benson Obadiah Ebanks Sr., OBEJP, family member accepting on his behalf. Well deserved.
And the 2021 insignia incorporates significant features. Susan, I think we've been mentioning it throughout periodically.
Always nice to mention it again.
Yeah, always nice to mention
Captain
it.
Charles Marvin Ebanks, Sr.
The insignia represents the seafaring heritage of the Cayman Islands. And so it has special features like the wild banana orchid, the circular helm, the turtle, the catboat, the anchor, the compass symbol, all representing the seafaring heritage of the Cayman Islands.
Mr. Cleveland Harley Ebanks.
So we just heard Captain Charles Marvin Ebanks, Senior CMH, family member accepted on his behalf, and also Mr. Cleveland Harley Ebanks, and the family member steps forward to accept the award on behalf of his family member, and he's being presented by the Honourable Speaker, House of Parliament, MP for West Bay, the Honourable Makiva Bush, and Premier, the Honourable
Captain Deoscar Zachariah Ebanks.
Radio Cayman is bringing you live coverage of the 2021 National Heroes Day celebrations, live from Heroes Square,
Mr.
downtown
Eldridge
Georgetown.
Montgomery Ebanks.
We are still in the early pioneers category. Right now we are putting in the spotlight the West Bay honorees.
Perhaps we can give some information about the early pioneer, what that stands for.
Yes,
in just a few minutes. We'll
Captain Ederson Neil Ebanks.
So as a family member of Captain Edison Neil Ebanks stepped forward, and that consists of what in the early pioneers?
Yes, so the early pioneers is an individual alive or deceased who made an exceptional contribution prior to the 1940s in the areas of shipbuilding, boat building, turtling or seafaring, or shipping administration. And with this honor, they will receive a certificate and commemorative insignia.
Mr. Eldridge Montgomery Ebanks.
We're still in the Ebanks.
Sorry, forgive me. Mr. Fredson McKinley Ebanks.
So Mr. Fredson McKinley Ebanks is being recognized here in the early pioneers category. And a family member will step forward in just a moment, a few minutes there, to accept the award.
Captain Glenn Gleason Ebanks.
The program is moving quite nicely along.
Yes, and just a quick mention also, while we're on early pioneers, we still have to look forward to the pioneers category, Women in Seafaring Memorial Scroll, Friends of Seafarers, and Excelled at Sea category. 6 categories of honorees and awards being given out for the 2021 National Heroes Day celebrations.
So we heard Mr. Fredson McKinley Ebanks and Captain Glenn Gleason Ebanks. It's been awarded here this morning as well.
Mr. James Orrin Ebanks.
Mr. James Orrin Ebanks.
One of the greatest stories you will ever hear of our seafaring heritage is the story of Mr. Orry, who has just received his award. We hope to memorialize that story in Seafarers Park. Mr. Fredson McKinley Ebanks.
Being awarded at the moment, Mr. Fredson McKinley Ebanks, and a very familiar face, our former Director of Broadcasting, Mr. Loxley Banks, steps forward to accept that award on behalf of his family member. I believe in this category, the early pioneers, there's going to be several more recipients, but I know there's about 8 more E-Banks that will be awarded here.
Mr.
Joseph
category. Harmon Ebanks.
Mr. Joseph Harmon Ebanks steps forward to accept his award in the early pioneers category. Firm handshake there. Nice smile.
As we've noticed throughout the weekend, they have firm handshakes and smiles across their face. Very proud moment for them, I'm sure.
And for their family members as well.
Mr. Leighton Jerrymore Ebanks.
Next up, Mr. Leighton Jerrymore Ebanks, and the family member steps forward to accept on behalf of the late Mr. Leighton Jerrymore Ebanks.
Mr. Raymond Varian Ebanks, Sr.
And a family member of Mr. Raymond Varian Ebanks Sr. steps forward to accept a certificate and the commemorative
Mr.
insignia.
Samuel Linton Ebanks.
Up next, Mr. Samuel Linton Ebanks, as you just heard, and the family members making their way to the platform. Proud moment to accept on behalf of Mr. Samuel Linton Ebanks.
Captain Swanson Curry Ebanks.
And Captain Swanson Curry Ebanks is being recognized here this morning in the category of early pioneers. And for the District of West Bay, family member steps forward and is accepting.
Mr. William Banker Ebanks.
I believe that might be his son is accepting the award on behalf of the late Mr. William Banker Ebanks.
Captain William Crosby Ebanks.
Mr. William Banker Ebanks was just recognized, and also Captain William Crosby Ebanks. And a family member is accepting the certificate and the commemorative insignia.
Captain Thomas Obadiah Ebanks, Jr.
A lot of captains from the District of West Bay, and this one next is, I believe, Captain Thomas Obadiah Ebanks Jr. Also recognized Captain William Crosby Ebanks.
Captain Charles Garfield Farrington.
Captain Charles Garfield Farrington being recognized here in the Early Pioneers category. Nice chat with Speaker of the House, the Honourable McKeever Bush, and also the Premier, the Honourable Alden McLaughlin, as the family member accepts his award.
Mr. Lawrence Edwin Farrington.
And Mr. Lawrence Edwin Farrington is getting an award here this morning, and family members are accepting on his behalf.
The Honourable Captain Thomas William Farrington, National Hero.
As you've mentioned, Susan, yes, lots of captains being honored in this particular category. It was in his remarks, Minister for Culture, Honourable Dwayne Seymour, mentioning and noting that many started careers as ordinary seamen, and by the time they retired, they were master mariners who captained large ships, engineers, and in many ways, that most important of all position, chief cook.
Yes.
Mr. Vincent Garvin.
And you just heard Honourable Captain Thomas William Farrington, CBEJP, being recognized here. Also Mr. Vincent Garvin, early pioneers from the District of West Bay.
Captain Samuel Lorraine Henning II.
I keep going back and referring to Minister Seymour's remarks because they were so profound in the way that he allowed us to understand the seafarers and their living and their life, their livelihood that they made. You know, he said that it is
Mr. Harley Ashmore Jackson. That one will be collected at a later time.
At a later date, yes. I think we go on.
Captain Vincent McBride.
So we heard Captain Samuel Lorraine Henning II and Mr. Harley Ashmore Jackson, also Captain Vincent McBride being honored here this morning.
Yes. Minister Seymour mentioned that it is the courage, sacrifice, and hard work of our seafarers that has helped build our country and the lives that we enjoy today. I think it's remarkable to see most of them here and being recognized and being honored here today at the 2021 National Heroes Day celebrations.
Mr. Andrew Macfield Powery.
And the late Mr. Andrew Macfield Powery Certificate of Honor being recognized here in the Early Pioneers category. And the family member steps forward to accept his award. And also will receive a certificate and I believe a certificate. Oh, and commemorative insignia as well. Yeah.
Yes.
Just making sure.
And there's a photo opportunity with Speaker of Parliament. I'm trying to get used to that, Susan. Honourable McKeever Bush, along with Cabinet Secretary, Mr. Samuel Rose, as well as Premier Honourable Alden McLaughlin.
I believe one of our national heroes is going to be...
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. At this time, we will call upon Honourable Tara Rivers to join the Premier for the next number of recipients. Captain Reginald Benson Parsons.
So
Captain Reginald Benson Parsons being recognized.
Mr. James Prentice Powell Sr.
Mr. James Prentice Powell Senior APE being recognized here as well in the early pioneers category. And he hails from the district of West Bay, and the family member
Mr. Aaron Alexander Powery. That one will be collected at a later date. Mr. Alpheus Sylvanus Powery.
And you just heard Mr. Aaron Alexander Powery being recognized here, as well as Mr. Alpheus Powery being recognized in the early pioneer category. We're listening to live coverage of the 2021 National Heroes Day on this public holiday here in the Cayman Islands.
Mr. Aaron Alexander Powery, a recipient, is actually here.
Family member is on the platform accepting on his behalf. That was for Mr. Aaron Alexander Powery.
Mr. Joseph Jude Powery.
And the family member steps forward to accept on behalf of the late Mr. Joseph Jude Powery. And I believe there are a remainder of 3 in this category.
Mr. Denton Hurley Rivers.
Mr. Denton Hurley Rivers being recognized here this morning, and the family member is accepting on his behalf.
And our final 2 early pioneers from West Bay are Mr. Kinsley Lethan Smith and Mr. Robert Lee Smith, both to be collected by the same recipient.
So the final 2 recipients in the early pioneer category is Mr. Kingsley Lethan Smith and Mr. Robert Lee Smith. And the family members will be accepting on their behalf. I believe the next category will be the pioneers category.
That's correct, Susan. And I believe this category will recognize
Thank you, and thank you, Minister Rivers.
Contributions from 1940s
We now move into the presentation of the pioneer category. A pioneer is an individual who made an exceptional contribution from the 1940s to the 1980s in the areas of shipbuilding, boat building, shipping administration, turtling, or seafaring. They will be honored with a commemorative insignia and a certificate. In a few cases, the awardee's family member or representative will accept the award in their honor. We begin with pioneers from the area of Georgetown. I will ask Parliamentary Secretary, Mr. David White, to join the Premier at the front of the stage for these presentations.
And we're going to be announcing recipients in the pioneers category. I believe there are 9 recipients in this category for the District of Georgetown.
Mr. Herbert Anderson. That won't be collected at another time. Mr. Cayman Allen Ebanks.
So in this category, you just heard Mr. Herbert Anderson and Mr. Cayman Allen Ebanks being recognized in the pioneers category. And the Parliamentary Secretary,
Mr. Rogelio Antonio Hawkins.
and the Honorable Premier are doing the presentations. You're listening to live coverage of the 2021 National Heroes Day celebrations. Thank you for watching and thank you for tuning in to Radio Cayman as we bring you all 3-day events of National Hero Day.
The next two
Heroes Day
recipients will be awarded together. Mr. Henry Carradine Hill and Mr. Menon Charlie Hill.
So in this category, Mr. Henry Carradine Hill and Mr. Minnow Charlie Hill is being presented awards and family members will accept on their behalf.
As you've mentioned, Susan, this is the final day of the events here.
Mr. Clevie Astor Sammy Jackson.
And if you're interested, you can watch and view the Sister Island ceremony
on YouTube, yes.
On YouTube and on Facebook, as well as on CIGTV's YouTube channel.
So just heard Captain, I believe, yeah, Mr. Cleveland Astor Jackson, MBE in this category, and Captain Charles Kirkconnell, OBE. And there are a couple other ones that will be presented with
Captain Charles Kirkconnell.
And if I may, Susan, I believe you can also listen again on Radio Cayman 89.9.
Yes, I'm sure you're going to be doing highlights on the news of the various highlights of the 3-day event of Heroes Day celebrations.
Yes, of course.
Mr. Robert Mark Soto.
So once again, this is the Pioneer category.
AKA Mr. Bob Soto.
So we're in the Pioneers category and they've been presented recipients. You just heard Captain Charles Kirkconnell, OBE.
Yes, and then for this category, it's an individual who made an exceptional contribution from the 1940s to the 1980s in the areas of shipbuilding.
We're going back now to the first one. Mr. Herbert Anderson has a representative here today. So, Mr. Herbert Anderson, please come forward.
So that was Mr. Herbert Anderson. The family members are going to be accepting the award. He was first on the list for Georgetown in the Pioneers category.
So
very nicely dressed.
Wow.
Purple, I love purple.
Recognized in the areas of shipbuilding, boat building, shipping administration, turtling, or seafaring. And in this category, each honoree will receive a certificate as well as a commemorative insignia.
Everything's going smoothly, well put together by the protocol office and all of the persons who helped in any way, shape, or form. I think they've done an excellent job and deserve credit.
Yes, I must commend them also for just giving us, even though it's a slightly scaled down format this year, we're still getting the full, I guess, benefit of what we get every year at the National Heroes Day celebrations. So, as you mentioned, we covered 3 days of this, and for the first time in Cayman Brac.
Exactly, yes. And that was well appreciated.
If the ushers will allow Miss Emily to please sit at the side, she'll be collecting a few others.
I believe the
so
next
let's allow her to sit
category,
there, please. Thank you.
I think it's maybe one more recipient in the Georgetown category.
Just have her sit on stage, please.
But I can say that Mr. Robert Mark Soto is the Certificate of Honor. And Mr. James Carl Thompson is in this category as well. And of course, in the next same category,
Mr. James Carl Thompson.
Yeah, there you go. Yes, as I was saying, up next will be the West Bay District, and 15 recipients will be honored. Now, family members step forward to accept on behalf of Mr. James Carl Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. White. We now move to pioneers for the area of West Bay, and I will call upon Parliamentary Secretary Captain Eugene Ebanks to join the Premier at the center of the stage.
But still in the category of pioneers, District of West Bay, 15 recipients.
Mr. Robert Carl Banks.
And Mr. Robert Carl Banks is being recognized. And a family member steps forward to accept the certificate and commemorative insignia for Mr. Robert Carl Banks.
And for each early pioneer women in
Mr.
Seafaring,
John Andrew Bothwell.
and excelled at sea award recipient, they will be presented with a custom commemorative insignia that is designed to honor their outstanding contributions to the seafaring heritage of the Cayman Islands. And it incorporates significant features representing
Mr. Aubrey Gladstone Ebanks.
And you just heard Mr. John Andrew Bothwell's certificate of honor received an award here for the pioneers category. And the next, you just heard Mr. Aubrey Gladstone Ebanks. Family member steps forward. 2 family members are accepting on his behalf.
Captain Dallas Stanton Ebanks.
And family members step forward to accept on behalf of Captain Dallas Stanton Ebanks.
Mr. Davis Kavanagh Ebanks.
And Mr. Davis Cavender Ebanks is being recognized here in the Pioneers category for West Bay, and a family member is accepting on his behalf.
Mr. Rollin Carlisle Ebanks. I believe that will be collected at a later time. Oh.
And Mr. Rollin Carlisle Ebanks being awarded
We'll move onward to Mr. James Varian Ebanks.
Also Mr. James Varian Ebanks. And of course the family members of these individuals will step forward to accept on their behalf. So
Forgive me, I'm being corrected. We will go back to Mr. Rollin Carlisle Ebanks.
Radio Cayman is bringing you live coverage of the National Heroes Day celebrations live in Georgetown at Hero Square. Also, you can view it on, or you are viewing it on CIG YouTube channel and their Facebook page as well. Thank you for watching. And thank you for listening on Radio Cayman.
Mr. James Varian Ebanks.
And the family members of Mr. James Varian Ebanks is now on stage accepting his award.
Mr. Lloyd Dennison de Oscar.
second family member of Mr. Lloyd Dinston de Oscar is accepting his award.
Captain Charles McClurkin Glidden.
We recognize that face. Challow is the work at Radio Cayman. Charles Glidden accepting on behalf of his family member, Captain Charles McClurkin Glidden. There are several Hennings that is going to be recognized in this category.
Mr. Ethered Mac Henning. Mr. Leonard Hooper Henning.
So Mr. Ethered Mac Henning recognized here in the Pioneers category for West Bay, and also Mr. Leonard Hooper Henning.
Captain Thomas Samuel Henning.
Also being recognized, Captain Thomas Samuel Henning. So that family member accepted all three awards of certificate.
Mr. George Ashburn Hides.
And a family member of Mr. George Ashburn Hides is accepting his award.
Mr. Floyd Rivers.
And these awards are being presented by...
And finally, Mr. Henry Ashburn
Eugene
Rivers.
Ebanks.
Yes, along with Premier Honorable Alden McLaughlin.
So you just heard Mr. Floyd Rivers. And this is for the District of West Bay in the Pioneers category.
This concludes the recipients in the Pioneer category for West Bay. Thank you.
Mr. Henry Ashburn Rivers. I believe the next category will be Excelled at Sea. And they will start with the District of Georgetown and West Bay following after.
We have one more additional from Georgetown as early pioneer for Captain Arthur Collingsworth Smith.
So you just heard Captain Smith is being recognized here in the early pioneer category.
Could I ask Mr. Kenneth Bryan to please join the Premier for this presentation? MP for Georgetown. Get in between them, yeah, get in the middle. Thank you.
And there's some opportunity for a photo opportunity.
Thank you, MP Bryan.
Excel at Sea, I believe, is the next category.
We are now moving to presentations to those who excelled at sea. This is an individual who, during their seafaring career, advanced in rank to the highest level of their profession or performed a lifetime of service at sea. That would be over 40 years, regardless of their final rank. They will be honored with a commemorative insignia and a certificate. And in a few cases, the awardee's family member or representative will accept the award in their honor. excelled at sea for the area of Georgetown. For this, I will ask the Parliamentary Secretary, Mr. Austin Harris, to please join the Premier.
You're listening to Radio Cayman 89.9 FM, and if you are watching on CIGTV, good afternoon to each
Captain
and every one of you.
Livingston Albertine Anderson.
And this category is Excelled at Sea for the Georgetown District. Captain Livingston Albertine Anderson. Family member steps forward to accept on his behalf.
This is the presentation of National Heroes Day Awards. Moving along quite smoothly.
Mr. Arthur Arch.
And for those of you who may be wondering, due to COVID-19 restrictions, the event is being celebrated by district groupings to honor those who made outstanding contributions to the seafaring heritage from that district. Today, we are putting in the spotlight those from the Georgetown and West Bay districts.
Ewan Ernie Bodden.
So you just heard Mr. Arthur Arch and Mr. Bethel Ewan Ernie Bodden being recognized here in Georgetown in the Excelled at Sea category.
And that category is an individual who during their seafaring career advanced in rank to the highest level of their profession or performed a lifetime of service regardless of final
Mr.
rank.
Malcolm Carl Bush.
Each honoree will be presented with a commemorative insignia and a certificate. And in a few cases, the awardee's family member or representative will accept the award in their honor.
Mr. Malcolm Carl Bush is being recognized, and that was Captain Paul Hurlston.
I've been asked to correct that one.
Behalf.
The Premier has noted that that should be Captain Malcolm Carl Bush.
Captain Malcolm Carl Bush, I thought so.
Next up we have Captain Thomas Nelson Dias.
Just a quick note, after the presentation of National Heroes Day Awards, we move along with to the ringing of the bell in memoriam, as well as the recognition of active seafarers. And then we have the National Heroes commemoration and unveiling of busts and laying of wreaths.
Mr. Cuthbert Forbes.
Captain Thomas Nelson Diaz was recognized.
That one will be collected at another time.
And Mr. Cuthbert
Captain Isaac Samuel Hill.
And family member is of Captain Isaac Samuel Hill. Is on stage as they accept the award, a certificate, and the commemorative insignia on behalf of their family member, Captain. This one is for Captain Isaac Samuel Hill.
Mr. John Leverett Hines.
Mr. John Leverett Hines is being recognized, and the family member is accepting the award, a certificate, and on his behalf.
Captain John Samuel Hines.
Captain
John Emerson Hurlston.
And the family members accepting on behalf of Captain John Emerson Hurlston. And I'm sure this next recipient will be getting a
Captain Paul Adolph Hurlston.
A lot of applause.
Yeah. And we have a number of Hurlstons in this category as well.
And this is Captain Paul Hurlston, well known in the Cayman Islands for his storytelling of the sea. I've spent several
Yes, Captain
afternoons
Paul's
with him
acquiring
just
quite a
hearing the
haul
stories.
today.
Yes, and looking quite young, I must say.
Captain Paul will also be receiving for Mr. Oliver Hurlston. You did already, right? Yes.
Is it now?
Oliver Hurlston, has that been done already? We'll provide that later on. Thank you. Mr. Samuel Ashbert Hurlston.
The family member accepts on behalf of Mr. Samuel Ashbert Hurlston. We're in the Excel at Sea category for the District of Georgetown. I believe there may be...
Captain Paul, we have Oliver Hurlston
5 or 6 recipients to be announced.
certificate and insignia. So if you could be so kind to come back again, Captain Paul, on behalf of Oliver Wendell Hurlston, his brother, his late brother. Mr. George Merrill Ryan.
A family member of Mr. George Merrill Ryan is making her way to the stage to accept on behalf of the family
I believe Ms. Benita is also receiving for Mr. Merrill Dennison Ryan.
Also being awarded here this morning, Mr. Merrill Denniston Ryan.
Okay. Mr. Ferdinand Adolphus Seymour. Yeah. In consideration of Miss Emily, to keep her from walking back and forth, she will also be receiving, on behalf of Miss Elizabeth Louise Llewellyn, a friend of Seafarers for Georgetown. So we honor Mr. Ferdinand Adolphus Seymour and Miss Elizabeth Louise Llewellyn.
And a family member accepting the award. For Mr. Ferdinand Seymour. And also for Miss Elizabeth Louise Llewellyn, a friend of Seafarers. Thompson's being recognized in this category for Georgetown and excelled at sea. Radio Cayman is bringing you live coverage.
Captain Eugene Thompson.
And Captain Eugene Thompson being recognized, and a family member, of course, will step forward to accept on behalf of Captain Thompson. That's Captain Eugene Thompson. I believe there's one recipient left in this category. Then we'll move to the District of West Bay for the Excel at Sea category.
Mr. Eugene Kingsley Thompson, Senior.
And the family member will be accepting on behalf of Mr. Eugene Kingsley Thompson Sr. in the category of Excellency from the District of Georgetown.
Thank you, Parliamentary Secretary Harris. We now move to Excelled at Sea recipients for the area of West Bay. I call upon Captain Eugene Ebanks, Parliamentary Secretary, to once again return to the stage for these awardees. The first recipient for the Excelled at Sea category for the area of West Bay is Mr. Malachi McLearn Anglin.
And we're still in the Excel at Sea category. West Bay District, 48 recipients in this category.
A lot of people being recognized and honored at this year's National Heroes Day celebrations, where we put the spotlight on Cayman's seafaring heritage.
And as you look at the list,
Captain Robert Levy Albert Ebanks.
So Mr. Malachi Anglin was recognized, also Captain Robert Levi Albert Ebanks.
Mr. Thomas Henry Banks.
MP Captain Eugene Ebanks is doing the presentation along with Premier the Honourable Alden McLaughlin, and a family member is on stage to accept the award on behalf of his family member, Mr. Thomas Henry Banks.
Captain William Alric Borden Sr.
Captain William Ulrich Borden Sr. being recognized. It's going on quite nicely.
Captain Thomas Cromwell.
And a family member accepting on behalf of Captain Thomas Cromwell from the District of West Bay in the Excelled at Sea category.
Captain Floyd Ashton de Oscar.
And Captain Floyd Ashton de Oscar being recognized.
Captain Alric Lython Ebanks.
And the family member of Captain Ulrich Lython Ebanks is on stage to accept his award on his behalf, the certificate, and also a commemorative insignia.
Mr. Bert Mervyn Ebanks.
And Mr. Bert Mervyn Ebanks being recognized here this morning at the Heroes Day celebration.
Captain Byron Ashley Ebanks Sr.
And the family member next.
Mr. Charles.
Stage of Captain Byron Ashley Ebanks Sr. some handshakes, some smiles, some photo taking.
Mr. Charles Wesley Ebanks.
And Mr. Charles Wesley Ebanks being recognized here in the Excel at Sea category for the District of West Bay, and a family member makes their way to accept this award on his behalf.
Captain Crosby Collymore Ebanks.
Crosby Collymore Ebanks being recognized.
Mr. Burton Elroy Ebanks.
As well as Mr. Burton Elroy Ebanks, and a family member will make their way to accept this award. Several more Ebanks to go through. This is for the District of West Bay in the Excelled at Sea category.
Mr. Carly Elton Ebanks.
So we just heard Mr. Burton Elroy Ebanks, and up next with...
And once again, the Excelled at Sea category recognizes the individual who, during their seafaring career, advanced in rank to the highest level of their profession or performed a lifetime, at least 40 years of service, regardless of final rank. They will be honored with a commemorative insignia and a certificate.
Captain Ellsworth Carlisle Ebanks.
Thanks, crowd here to witness this 2021 Heroes Day, National Heroes Day celebrations at Hero Square in Georgetown. And we're
Mr.
in the
Elvin Crosby Ebanks.
So we heard Captain Ellsworth Ebanks and Mr. Elvin Crosby Ebanks being recognized here in this category.
And in case you're tuning in for the first time, welcome to you. We are at Hero Square, Georgetown for the National Heroes Day celebrations. Just looking at the program
Captain
of events.
Frank Sirlon Ebanks.
That's Captain Frank Ebanks being recognized in the category of Excelled at Sea for the West Bay District. This is the presentation of National Heroes Day Awards being presented by the Premier and members of the House of Parliament.
Mr. Layman Hopkin Ebanks.
Mr. Layman Hopkin Ebanks.
That one will be collected at a later time. Mr. Layman Hopkin Ebanks. Mr. Leol Edison Ebanks.
Family member making their way to the stage to accept the award of Mr. Leol Edison Ebanks.
Thank you, Captain Eugene. I now call upon Mr. Bernie Bush, a Member of Parliament, to join the Premier for the next set of recipients.
We're in the Excel at Sea category and the District of West
Mr.
Bay.
Martin Deniston Ebanks.
Mr. Martin Deniston Ebanks being recognized here, and a family member is making their way forward to accept on his behalf.
Mr. Banks will also be conducting for Mr. Martin Hartwell Ebanks.
And the family member is doing double duty as he collects for also the recipient, Mr. Martin Hartwell Ebanks.
Captain Owen Graham Ebanks.
A couple of captains next up in West Bay, excel at sea category. Captain Owen Graham Ebanks. And a family member accepts on his behalf.
Captain Solomon McSherry Ebanks.
We have MP, Honorable Mr. Bernie Bush, presenting the award, along with Premier Honorable Alma Rockland. This category still excelled at sea.
Yes.
Mr. Stowell Buell Ebanks.
So you just heard Captain Solomon McSherry Ebanks, and now Mr. Stowell Buell Ebanks being recognized in this category. Excel at sea.
Captain William Dalson Ebanks.
And the family member steps forward to accept on behalf of Captain William Dalson Ebanks. Several more captains in this category.
Captain Japheth Osbert Ebanks.
I believe this is Captain Japheth Osbert Ebanks being recognized. And lots of
Captain
cases-
Walter Kenneth Ebanks.
Captain Wattler Kenneth Ebanks being recognized. And lots of times you'll see a family member accept on their behalf because they have gone on, blessed memory.
Captain James Eden Ebanks.
Family member of Captain James Eden Ebanks is on stage to accept his on behalf of him. That's Captain James Eden Ebanks, family member.
Captain Owen Murphy Farrington.
And Captain Owen Murphy Farrington, Certificate of Honor being recognized and excelled at sea category. And he's on stage to accept his award. From the District of West Bay.
The excelled at sea category. This is an individual who during the seafaring career advanced in rank to the highest level of their profession and performed a lifetime, at least 40 years of service regardless of final rank. They receive a commemorative insignia
Thank
and
you, Captain Owen.
certificate.
I believe there are 21
Mr. Rudolph McStirling
recipients that should be
Garvin.
recognized in this category. And the categories is excelled.
The next two will be given to Mr. Klein Glidden Jr. On behalf of Mr. Cabell Laverne Glidden and his father, Captain Klein Astor Glidden.
So Mr. Cabell Laverne Glidden being recognized and Captain Klein Astor Glidden.
Mr. Floyd Burke Groves.
And Mr. Floyd Burke-Groves being recognized in this category as well. As he makes his way to the stage to be recognized and accept his award, a certificate and a commemorative insignia.
Mr. Alfred Sidney William Hides, Sr.
Family members make their way to accept on behalf of the family member, Mr. Alfred, I believe, Sidney William Hyde Sr.
Mr. Hurley Calder Hides.
Mr. Hurley Calder Hides being recognized, and the family members accepting on his behalf. Several more Hides to be recognized in this category of excelled at sea from the district of West Bay.
Mr. Leslie Carlisle Hides. Here's Captain Hurley Calder, Captain Leslie Carlisle Hides.
Captain Leslie Carlisle Hides being recognized. Some smiles there and some picture taking a family member who's accepting on his behalf.
Mr. Moses Jacob Hides, or Captain Moses Jacob Hides, Jr.
And Captain Moses Jacob Hides, Jr. of West Bay, being recognized in the Excelled at Sea category. One family member is accepting on his behalf. That's Captain Moses Jacob Hides, Jr.
Captain Thomas Shelby Hides.
And a family member steps forward to accept on behalf of Captain Thomas Shelby Hides, Certificate of Honor. And this category is Excelled at Sea. And they're hailing from the district of West Bay.
Mr. George Edward Hides, Sr. That'll be collected at another time. Captain William Sylvanus Jackson. Sorry, okay. This is George Edward Hides. George Edward Hides.
So Mr. George Edward Hides being recognized.
Captain William Sylvanus Jackson.
And family member accepts on behalf of Captain William Sylvanus Jackson, West Bay, Excel at Sea category.
Mr. William Kemuel Jackson.
And Mr. William Kemuel Jackson, MBE, being recognized here as well for Excelled at Sea. And a family member accepts on his behalf.
Captain Michael Gerald Kirkconnell.
And Captain Michael Gerald Kirkconnell being recognized here and excelled at sea.
Mr. Charles E. Orrit.
Radio Cayman is bringing you live coverage of the 2021 National Heroes Day celebrations, live from Heroes Square.
Captain
Georgetown.
David Chesley Parsons.
And the family members of Captain David Chesley Parsons will be accepting on his behalf.
Captain Henry Samuel Parsons.
Captain Henry Samuel Parsons being recognized.
Mr. Herbert Davidson Davy Parsons.
And also Captain David Chesley Parsons and Mr. Herbert Davidson Davy Parsons.
Mr. Thomas Henry Parsons.
So Mr. Thomas Henry Parsons and a family member has stepped forward to accept.
Mr. Sidney Leslie Rivers.
And a family member is accepting on behalf of Mr. Sidney Leslie Rivers. I believe there are 3 left in this category for West Bay Excellency.
Mr. Thomas Baxter Rivers.
Mr. Thomas Baxter Rivers and a family member, I'm sure, will step forward to accept on his behalf. And then after that, we're going to be moving to the Seafarer Pioneers, I believe, which is going to be the women in seafaring, I believe, yeah. That's right.
We acknowledge Mr. William Winton Rivers. However, there is no recipient for Mr. Rivers. Next is Captain Robert Ashley Smith.
And you just heard Mr. William Rivers and Captain Robert Ashley Smith being recognized here in the Excel at Sea category for the District of West Bay.
The Excelled at Sea category, an individual who during their seafaring career advanced in rank to the highest level of their profession or performed a lifetime, at least 40 years of service regardless of final rank, and they received a certificate along with a commemorative insignia for their award.
And Women in Seafarer is an interesting category. I think that's going to be next on the agenda of the schedule of events.
Thank you, Captain
Yes,
Robert.
Women in Seafaring.
And thank you, Mr. Bush. That brings to a close the Excelled at Sea category. There's one additional Excelled at Sea who is unable to be here today, which we will award or carry to his home. He's actually been injured in a little accident at home, and that is Mr. Fred Scott. or
You just heard
Captain
Mr.
Fred
Captain Fred Scott.
Elman Scott.
And the
He'll
Excel-
receive his
Excel
at
C
home.
category. Women in seafaring categories up
We
next.
now move to recognize women in seafaring. There are women who bravely went to sea or made exceptional contributions to our island's seafaring heritage. They will be honored with a commemorative insignia and a certificate. And in a few cases, the awardees' families, members, or representative will accept the award in their honor. I will ask the Deputy Speaker and Parliamentary Secretary, the Honourable Barbara Connolly, to please join the Premier for the presentation of these awards.
I believe up first.
Women in
of
Seafaring
Georgetown.
for the area of Georgetown.
5 in this category.
Mrs. Sarah Faye Bodden.
Susan, I think it is such a beautiful and fitting category for the celebrations this year, as the women we recognize, they had a significant role in the seafaring heritage, just being able to hold down the fort and raise the families while their loved ones were far
Mrs.
away.
Gwendolyn Lily Bush.
The matriarch of the seamen. Loud applause there for the late Miss Gwendolyn Lily Bush.
I believe she is deserving of a
Family
standing
members
ovation,
accepting on
ladies
her
and
behalf.
gentlemen.
Very deserving, as others as well.
As well, exactly. And we're getting a
Miss
standing
Gwen.
ovation, actually.
The matriarch of Seafaring.
And continued applause, both from attendees and members of
Please stand
Parliament.
to your feet as we honor Miss Gwen.
And 2 family members accepting on behalf of the matriarch of the seamen here in the Cayman Islands, Ms. Gwendolyn Lily Bush, in the category of Women in Seafaring for the
Thank you.
District of Georgetown.
Mrs. Sadie Chalette.
And in this category, women in seafaring, the woman bravely went to sea or made exceptional contributions to our island seafaring heritage. They will be honored with a commemorative insignia as well as a certificate.
And Miss Sadie Chalette being recognized. Pretty in pink. looking very lovely. This is for the District of Georgetown in the Women in Seafaring category. I believe there are 2 more in this
Mrs.
category
Beverly Panton Hennings.
for the District of Georgetown. And Parliamentary Secretary and the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, the Honourable Barbara Connolly, is presenting these awards with the Premier, the Honourable Alton McLaughlin.
Mrs. Maud Mahalia Seymour. Miss Maudie.
Miss Maud
Miss
Mahalia
Maudie.
Seymour. Oh yes, getting a round of applause. 2 of her daughters are
Also
accepting this award.
deserving of a
Beautifully
standing
dressed.
ovation. Seafarers are standing for
applause.
Miss Maudie. We should join the seamen
I have a
in
story about
honoring
Miss
Miss
Maudie,
Maudie.
but I won't dare tell it.
And Miss Maudie receives a standing ovation.
Yes.
Yes, we'll ask Minister
For
Seymour to
her
also join
Hard-working
the
individual,
Premier
entrepreneur.
and Deputy Speaker, as
And a
Miss
friend.
Maudie would be his grandmother.
Yes. 2 of her daughters accepting this award. Miss Lucille and Miss Christine.
Thank
What a
you,
lovely
Deputy
picture.
Speaker. And now we will move to
Also
the District of
recognized
West
with Miss
Bay.
Beverly Panton
Women
Hennings.
in Seafaring. Honourable Tara Rivers, would you be so kind to join the Premier? We begin with Mrs. Peggy Lou Borden,
We'll move now to the District of West
Mrs.
Bay.
Nettie Udine Bush, and Miss Andrea. Mrs. Peggy Lou Borden and Mrs. Nettie Udine Bush will be collected simultaneously.
So 2 of the recipients, Miss Peggy Lou Borden and Miss Nettie Bush. I believe there are 9 in this category, and this is for the District of West Bay for the Women in Seafaring. You're listening to live coverage of the National Heroes Day celebrations, live from Hero Square in downtown Georgetown.
Miss Andrea Blondie Christian.
Next up is Miss Andrea Christian, being awarded in this category. And being presented by the Honourable Minister Tara Rivers, MP, and also by the Premier, the Honourable Anthony McLaughlin.
Mrs. Florence May Leona Ebanks.
And this category is Women in Seafaring, District West Bay. Ms. Florence May Leona Ebanks.
Mrs. Ima Louise Ebanks.
And family members are accepting on behalf of these two lovely ladies, Ms. Ima Louise Ebanks. I think 4 more recipients in this category.
Mrs. Angelia Leantha Hurlston.
Ms. Angela Hurlston is being recognized in this category, Women in Seafaring. And a family member has stepped forward to accept this
Mrs.
award.
Janet Goldstein Hides.
And 2 family members to accept on behalf of Ms. Janet Goldstein Hides.
Mrs. Roxma Julie Rankin.
And also being recognized in this category
Okay.
is Ms. Roxma
That one will be collected
Julie
later.
Rankin.
And finally, Mrs. Marilyn Williams.
Ms. Marilyn Williams is being recognized in this category for West Bay, Women in Seafaring. An opportunity for photos.
We now thank you, Minister Rivers. We now recognize Friends of Seafarers. These are individuals, organizations, or companies who were instrumental in facilitating and supporting Caymanian seafarers and provided assistance to Caymanians while at sea, whether they're based locally or internationally. They'll be honored with a certificate. Friends of Seafarers for the area of Georgetown. I'll ask Mr. Kenneth Bryan, MP, to join the Premier for these recognitions.
We will start with the District of Georgetown. I believe there are 2 recipients in this category for Friends of Seafarers, which I'm sure will get a lot of applause. Radio Cayman is pleased to be bringing you live coverage.
We first
of the
recognize Miss
National
Annie
Heroes Day.
Hulda Borden, who was Secretary to the Simboko. And of course, Miss Consuelo Ebanks, whose tireless work has helped to memorialize the Southwell years. If it were not for Miss Consuelo's work, we do not know where we would be with this project this year. So we honor Miss Consuelo. Those awards will be delivered at a later date.
So we just heard Miss Annie Hulda.
Next up, we have Mrs. Beverly Isabel Henning.
And Susan, I think it's so
Mr.
important to
Daniel
note.
Keith Ludwig. Can I ask that the President of the Seafarers Association please collect that on behalf of the Ludwig family?
We're still in the category of Friends of Seafarers.
Yes, thank you.
Blue 8 in this category for Georgetown.
The next two will be presented together, Mr. Albert Colin Panton and Mr. Albert Collinridge Panton.
This is Mr. Albert Colin Panton and Mr. Albert Collinridge Panton, MBE, in this category as well. Friends of Seafarers.
I will again ask the President of the Seafarers Association to please collect for Captain Merrill Gibson Southwell.
Captain Merrill Gibson Southwell, and accepting on his behalf is
Thank you, Mr.
President
Bryan.
of the Cayman Islands Seafaring Association.
We'll be now
Mr.
moving to
Dennis
Friends of
Smith.
Seafarers for the area of West Bay. Again, I will call upon Honourable Minister Tara Rivers. Mr. Edison McNee Ebanks.
And a family member steps forward to accept on behalf of Mr. Edison McNee Ebanks of the District of West Bay, and this is the category Friends of Seafarers.
Miss Jane Elizabeth Powell.
And Miss Jane Elizabeth Powell being recognized. And a family member accepts on her behalf, being presented with a certificate.
Thank you,
Honourable Minister
Mr.
Tara
Rivers.
Rivers and
We have
the
a number
Mayor.
of other friends who I will just simply list out. Mr. James Brooker, who is in, Mr. Banks will be collecting that on Mr. Brooker's behalf. So Mr. James Brooker. Overseas friend.
And as you just heard, Mr. James Booker.
And while Mr. Banks is receiving that on Mr. Brooker's behalf, I will read off the other companies that have been recognized and put forward by seafarers in recognition of their tremendous contribution to Cayman. Those are Humphrey and McGregor Incorporated, Imperial Oil, Jamaica Fruit and Shipping Company, National Bulk Carriers, Reynolds Caribbean Steamship Company, and the Swanee Steamship Company.
And you just heard companies being recognized as Friends of Seafarers.
We now pause to recognize those seafarers on the memorial scroll. These are the individuals who made the ultimate sacrifice and lost their lives as a result of going to sea or serving as a seafarer. They will be honored with a certificate, or their memory, I should say, will be honored with a certificate. I will ask MP Mr. Kenneth Bryan to please join the Premier for the Memorial Scroll recipients from Georgetown. We start with Mr. George Ballantyne Shillette Sr.
We're in the Memorial Scroll and Georgetown District. Being recognized is Mr. George Ballantyne Shillette Sr. and a family member is accepting on his behalf.
Mr. John Leverett Hines, Jr.
Mr. John Leverett Hines Jr. is being recognized as well. And a family member accepts on his behalf.
Mr. Alan Baldwin Moore.
Mr. Alan Baldwin Moore being recognized in the Memorial Scroll category for Georgetown.
Once
and the
again,
family members accepting.
This is the individual who made the ultimate sacrifice and lost their life as a result of going to sea or serving as a seafarer.
Thank you, Mr. Bryan. I now ask again Honorable Tara Rivers to return for the Memorial Scroll recipients from West Bay. Mr. Bloomfield Shervin Ebanks.
I know this is the District of West Bay for the Memorial Scroll. Mr. Bloomfield Sherwin Ebanks being recognized. And family members of Mr. Bloomfield is accepting the certificate in his honor.
Mr. George Lawston Ebanks.
Mr. George Lawston.
Minister Rivers will be
Ebanks.
receiving that on behalf of her uncle, her granduncle.
And I believe Susan, the honoree, receives a certificate.
Mr. John Calvert Ebanks.
And Mr. John Calvert Ebanks being recognized here.
We have two that will be received together. Mr. Richard Donnelly Ebanks and Mr. Brenton Samuel Parsons will be received at the same time. That's Mr. Richard Donnelly Ebanks and Mr. Brenton Samuel Parsons.
So you just heard Mr. Richard Donnelly Ebanks and Mr. Brenton Samuel Parsons being recognized here and the Memorial Scroll for West Bay.
Mr. William Rollin Ebanks.
Mr. William Rollin Ebanks has been recognized, and also there are several others to be named here and recognized in the Memorial Scroll for West Bay.
Mr. Robert Rail Groves. That one will be received later.
And you just heard Mr. Robert
Mr.
Rail
George
Groves.
David Orrit. Mr. Crawford Augustus Owens.
Mr. George David Orrit and Mr. Crawford Augustus Owens being recognized in this category for West Bay Memorial Scroll.
Mr. Joseph Alvey Parsons. Captain John Zephaniah Powery.
And Captain John Zephaniah Powery being recognized.
Mr. Joshua Joe Powery.
And Mr. Joshua Joe Power being recognized in this category as well. Some opportunity for photos for the family members.
Mr. Joseph Redfund Smith.
And Mr. Joseph Redfund Smith also recognized in the Memorial School for West Bay. And that may conclude the
We will now ring the bell.
categories, yeah.
Thank you, Honourable Retirers and Premier. We will now ring the bell 8 times in memoriam. Please stand as we observe a moment of silence for those lost at sea. This includes recognizing and remembering in this moment those who are memorialized forever on the monument tradition which sits in the center of the National Heroes Square, as well as the unknown seafarer. Thank you, and you may be seated. This year's nomination process has revealed the names of 2 of the last known Caymanian seafarers who are still active at sea and continuing this great Caymanian tradition. I now invite the Honourable Arden McLean, Leader of the Opposition, to specially recognize these 2 special individuals. Thank you, Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Master of Ceremonies. Good afternoon. Protocol having been established, it is my distinct pleasure to participate in this special commemoration and celebration of our seafaring heritage. This weekend will forever be etched in our memories, and generations to come will have a better understanding of and appreciation for what seafaring meant to these Cayman Islands. I must therefore thank all those who made this weekend possible. For my part, growing up in East End, I was heavily influenced by the many who went to sea and came home with stories of the ports they had visited. It was natural then for me to want to experience such travels. That being the case, I have gone on the record many times to note that while I took the route of seafaring as my first career after completing high school, I did it out of choice and not out of necessity, unlike the majority of the seafarers we are recognizing today and throughout 2021. I therefore do not consider myself as being equal to them, if for no other reason than for the many sacrifices their generation made to lay the foundations for generations to come. However, I am grateful for the impact that my seafaring career had on my journey, and I am always honored to be in the company of my fellow seafarers. I'm especially pleased that we as a community are using 2021 to recognize the transformational impact seafaring has had on our society. Let there be no doubt, this country has been built on a foundation established by seafaring. Oftentimes, we speak of our seafaring heritage in the past tense, implying that it is part of our history and no longer relevant. While it is true that most of our Caymanian seafarers have now returned home and are no longer plying the oceans to earn their living, the 2021 National Heroes Day nomination process has revealed the names of two of the last known Caymanian seafarers who are still active at sea and continuing this great Caymanian tradition. It is my distinct pleasure to share the brief stories of the seagoing careers of these two outstanding Cayman Brackers, Captain Anderson Radley Scott and Mr. Gentry Lee Tatum. Captain Anderson Radley Scott. Captain Radley, as he's affectionately known in the Brac, was born on February the 22nd, 1949 in West End, Cayman Brac. His seafaring career began at the youthful age of 16. Incredibly, at just 19 years old, he was made captain of the Foster Trader, a cargo ship, after the captain passed away suddenly during a voyage. The ship's owners were so impressed by his performance and ability that they authorized him to remain as the captain. Continuing his studies at the Marine Institute of Jamaica, he obtained his Master Mariner license at the age of 23. He continued to sail throughout the Caribbean and around the world, but returned home to Cayman Brac in 1978 to work for Cayman Energy Limited in the ship-to-ship transfer business as a mooring master for several years. He continued with Cayman Energy Limited as they expanded lightering operations in the US, Aruba, Panama, and the United Arab Emirates. During these years, he was also involved in a number of salvage operations, removing oil from stricken tankers, all of which were successfully completed. In 1989, he became a mooring master with J-Air Shipping Company, which was later acquired by TK Marine Solution, Inc., based in Freeport, Texas. He has remained with this company for 32 years and today holds the position of Senior Mooring Master. When assured, the company draws on his incomparable experience for leadership and advice on safety, policies, and procedures. Truly world-class, Captain Radley is one of the only 400 mooring masters in the world who are qualified to conduct ship-to-ship oil transfers. He has safely and efficiently completed approximately 2,500 ship-to-ship transfer operations involving a total of 5,000 tankers of various sizes during his illustrious career of almost 56 years at sea, 43 of which has been spent as a mooring master. His motto is, think safe, act safe, and be safe. Mr. Gentry Lee Tatum. Gentry Lee Tatum was born in Grand Cayman on February the 3rd, 1984, to Edwin and Beverly Tatum, pastors of the Church of God Holiness on Cayman Brac. He attended Layman Scott High School and went on to attend college at the University of Alabama. In 2007, he began his seagoing career as an ordinary seaman, or OS, with Martin Marine out of Houston, Texas. He worked his way up to able-bodied seaman, or AB, progressed further to become a tankerman, and is currently working in that position for Moran Shipping out of New York, where he has remained for the past 7 years. He has continued his training, obtaining a third mate license, but has not yet transitioned into that position. Depending on the tonnage of the articulated tug barges, or ATBs, he is working on, he can also sail as a second or chief mate. An articulated tug barge consists of a barge with a large, powerful tug that is positioned in a notch of the stern of the barge, which enables the tug to propel and maneuver the barge. During his career, he has worked out of ports in Central America, including Belize and Panama, and was previously employed by Bouchard Shipping and the Kerber Corporation, both out of New York. In young Gentry's words, and I quote, he says, "I love the ocean. It is part of my heritage, and I know I can make a respectable living," unquote. We as a nation should be exceedingly proud of both of these Caymanians who are continuing this tradition. It is the hope that throughout this year, if there are any other Caymanians still at sea, we will learn their names and hear of their stories so they too can be acknowledged and celebrated. As I close, I invite you to rise to your feet and offer a rousing round of applause to salute the outgoing service of these two Caymanian seafarers, of whom we are exceedingly proud. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Leader of the Opposition. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your patience. This is obviously a very special day, and we have so many seafarers that we have to honor them. It takes quite a bit of time to get through our program. We do not have a planned intermission for you, but what I have done is asked our team to start distributing the swanky. They have some nice cold swanky available, and we do know that some of you, your blood sugar might be getting low, so we don't want anybody to faint away on us under the tent. So you should be receiving some refreshments as you remain seated. We will continue on with our program and turn now to the commemoration of our national heroes. A national hero is a person who is admired and acknowledged for their courage, outstanding achievements, and noble qualities. A national hero is someone who, beyond that, has made significant positive contributions to the growth and development of a society and represents all of us. Honoring our heroes is an acknowledgement of who we are, our history, our heritage, and culture. Our first national hero, the Honorable James Manoa Bawden, or Mr. Jim, could be regarded as a pioneer in tourism himself. Mr. Bawden was a visionary leader who directed Cayman into an era of progress through modernization. As Minister for Tourism and Aviation, he was instrumental in establishing Cayman Airways and constructing Owen Roberts International Airport. Mr. Bawden's dedication to this country will forever be remembered, with his statue being the first ever erected in Hero Square. And you will see as you visit that statue that we have relayed over the base of the statue and created a new plaque for his statue. The Honorable Thomas William Farrington, was an outstanding citizen and a great contributor to the Cayman Islands community. Mr. Farrington was a man of immense wisdom and sincerity, especially in matters involving his beloved district of West Bay. He became a public servant in 1921 and still remains as the longest-serving representative in the Legislative Assembly, with 55 years. The first elected member responsible for finance, Mr. Farrington was also the first Caymanian to be honoured by Her Majesty the Queen as a commander of the British Empire. The Honourable Sybil Joyce Hilton was Cayman's first probation and welfare officer and served as a lifelong advocate for disadvantaged young people. Notably, she championed the need for a separate court for juveniles, served on the adoption board, and also helped develop the Scouts movement in these islands. She received the Cayman Islands Certificate and Badge of Honour in 1968 and was named a member of the Order of the British Empire 10 years later. National hero, the Honourable Dr. Roy Edison MacTaggart, was known as a businessman and a philanthropist, all at a time when the Cayman Islands were at a crossroads. Dr. MacTaggart was a politician of the finest caliber and served as a legislator for more than 35 years as a second elected member for Georgetown. He became a qualified dental surgeon at the age of 22 and was the only dentist in Cayman at the time. Dr. MacTaggart is best remembered as a man who helped ensure the Cayman Islands remained a British Crown colony when Jamaica chose independence in 1962. The Honourable Desmond V. Watler was an exemplary citizen and an exceptional civil servant. Still today, Mr. Watler remains a role model for standards of civil service integrity and a shining example of how hard work, dedication, and commitment can take you to the top. Mr. Watler was the first treasurer, a title that was later changed to financial secretary. He was also the first chief secretary and served in the Legislative Assembly for 32 years in every area of parliamentary administration. And our living national hero, the Honourable Sybil Ione McLaughlin, continues to be a beloved member of our society and a role model for many Caymanians today. Ms. McLaughlin received the country's highest honour, National Hero, in 1996 for her invaluable contributions to Cayman's parliamentary development, as well as to community life. Among her outstanding achievements, Ms. McLaughlin was appointed the first Speaker of the Legislative Assembly in 1991, and she is also the first female clerk in a parliament throughout the Commonwealth. The process of memorializing a person with a statue, a sculpture, or bust is an intricate process. After all, it's art meeting life. First, there's a technical aspect of ensuring the sculpture represents the likeness of the person. And then there's the emotional aspect where the particular specifics and details of the individual must be captured, depicted, and memorialized for the rest of time. For several months, the Cayman Islands government has been in consultation with the families of the 3 remaining national heroes to ensure that their likeness and essence are accurately captured and depicted in the busts on display in Heroes Day. We'll be revealing or unveiling the bust of the Honourable Ormond Lauder Panton. This very special son of Cayman was one of the most prominent political figures in the Cayman Islands history. The first Caymanian attorney to appear before the Privy Council in London, he adopted or founded the first political party to succeed at the polls and was the first politician to win an election as party leader. He was also the youngest delegate to attend the West Indies Federation discussions and served as lead negotiator between the UK and its overseas territories in discussions on independence. Representing the District of Georgetown as a legislator, he introduced a motion to allow local authorities to issue U.S. waivers, therefore facilitating Caymanians' employment as merchant marines and seafarers. In his private career, the outspoken attorney achieved many more firsts for his country, including succeeding in confirming his right to a fair trial in 1955. Recognized by Queen Elizabeth II, he was named an officer of the Order of the British Empire in 1984. He was declared a national hero in 2011. The Premier will now unveil the bust for the Honourable Ormond Lauder Panton, The Premier is joined by Mr. Panton's family members and contemporary, Mr. Denison Tibbetts, the President of the Cayman Islands Seafarers Association, in recognition of Mr. Panton's support of Caymanians' employment in the United States as merchant marines and seafarers.
By the Honorable Ormond Panton's family members for the unveiling of the bus. A round of applause there for the unveiling of the bus of the Honorable
The next bus to be unveiled this afternoon is that of the Honorable Mary Evelyn Wood. Dedication and selfless service were her hallmarks. A true pioneer, she devoted her life to positive change for these islands, and in particular, the advancement of women's rights. She was the first woman elected to the Cayman Islands Legislative Assembly and the first to serve on a jury. In her early 20s, she started a small school in her father's home, serving as the sole teacher. Several years later, after training as a practical nurse, she changed vocations. Her most notable service as a nurse was during the typhoid epidemic of the late 1930s, when she provided tireless care to the households across the Cayman Islands. In 1957, she joined hundreds of other women in signing the petition, which resulted in the passage of the Sex Disqualification Removal Law 1957. This granted women the right to vote and to stand for public office. In 1962, she was elected as a member of the Legislative Assembly representing the District of Bordentown, the first woman to hold elected office in the Cayman Islands. She was declared a national hero in 2011. Joining the Premier for the unveiling of the bust are members of Miss Mary Evelyn, Honorable Mary Evelyn Wood's family. They are also joined by contemporary Mrs. Cynthia Powell, the top graduate of the University College of the Cayman Islands inaugural nursing program, and a member of the Public Health Department's COVID-19 contact tracing team, and is here in recognition of Miss Wood's contributions to nursing and the advancement of women.
A nice applause there as the Premier is joined by the Honorable Mary Evelyn Wood's family for the unveiling of the bus.
The final bust to be unveiled today is that of the Honorable William Warren Connolly. A man of vision and drive, he was a major player in the Cayman Islands political, economic, and social landscape. He entered politics in 1944 as an elected member from East End. In 1959, under the Cayman's first constitution, he was appointed to serve as a nominated member of the Legislative Assembly. When Cayman received an advanced constitution in 1972, he became one of the first members of the new Executive Council. A founding member of the Cayman Islands branch of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, he came to be regarded as an expert on the Cayman Islands Constitution. During his time in government, he set in motion early legislation on banks and trust companies, as well as land registration and land adjudication. He was instrumental in creating the Department of Tourism and the Mosquito Research and Control Unit. In addition, He spearheaded the official introduction of Cayman Islands currency in May 1972 and oversaw the completion of various key government works. He was declared a national hero in 2011. Joining the Premier are members of the Honourable William Warren Connolly's family, as well as contemporary Mr. Roy Tatum, now head of the Office of the Premier, who worked in the financial services industry for many years and is a past employee of Barclays Bank, the first commercial bank to open in the Cayman Islands, made possible by the growth in money remitted to the islands from the Seafarers allotments. He is here in recognition of Mr. Connolly's contributions to the development of business and banking in the Cayman Islands.
We just witnessed the unveiling.
Thank you, Honourable Premier, and our National Heroes families, and congratulations once again to all the families of our national heroes on this special occasion.
So we're saying we just
We will be now working
the
feverishly
unveiling of the
to
Honourable William
add one more bust to Hero Square, and that is of our new national hero, Mrs. Leela Ross Shire. We hope that will be unveiled for Heroes Day 2022. I now call upon the Acting Chief Officer in the Ministry of Health, Environment, Culture and Housing, Mrs. Nellie Pucci, to announce the wreath laying. Wreaths will be laid at the various monuments here in Hero Square in honor of our nation builders and national heroes. Premier, you can wait at the base as you will be laying a wreath. Thank you.
At this time, I call upon all wreath layers to come forward to collect your wreaths and proceed to your respective monument or bust once called. The wreath for our first national hero, the late Honourable James Manoa Bodden, is laid by his great-grandson, Mr. Nathan Trumba. The wreath for the Women's Monument Aspiration, a monument dedicated to the women of the Cayman Islands, is laid by Miss Heather Bodden and Miss Lucille Seymour. The wreath for Tradition Monument, a testament of the 450 seafarers who lost their lives at sea, is laid by Miss Sharon E. Banks, Miss Anne Sully, and Mr. Randy Soto.
So we see the laying of the wreath for the Honourable James Manoa Bodden, his great-grandson, Mr. Nathan
The wreath
Trumba,
for the Catboat Monument, depicting
Also-
the traditional Caymanian vehicle, an
Also the
iconic
Women's
reminder
Monument.
of our seafaring past, is laid by Mr. Jairus Miller, Mr. Ned Miller, and Mr. Kent Eldemeyer.
So we see for the Women's Monument Aspiration, the wreath for the Tradition Monument, and also the Catboat Monument here in Hero Square. And the
Wreaths
picture
will
there
be
of the
laid
traditional
at the
monument.
black granite walls of honor, which are engraved with the names of 500 Caymanian heroes, our nation builders. In recognition of Bodden Town nation builders, the wreath is laid by Honorable Dwayne Seymour, Miss Shirley Ann Tibbetts, Miss Carla Sue McLaughlin, and Miss Jennifer Dilbert will lay the wreath in memory of their aunt and the national hero from the district of Bodden Town, the Honorable Mary Evelyn Wood. In recognition of Georgetown nation builders, the wreath is laid by our Premier, the Honorable Alden McLaughlin, the Honorable Roy McTaggart, Parliamentary Secretary Mr. David White, Parliamentary Secretary Mr. Austin Harris, and Mr. Kenneth Bryant, Member of Parliament. Ms. Danette Watler McLaughlin will lay a wreath in memory of her grandfather and the national hero, the Honorable Desmond V. Watler. Mr. Sandra Simmons Francis will lay a wreath in memory of her grandmother and the national hero, the Honorable Sybil Joyce Hilton. Ms. Delicia White and Jalen Williams will lay the wreath in memory of their granduncle and the national hero from the district of Georgetown, the Honorable Dr. Roy McTaggart. And Mr. Brian Hunter will lay the wreath in memory of his grandfather and the national hero from the district of Georgetown, the Honorable Orman Panton. In recognition of West Bay nation builders, the wreath is laid by Honorable Makiva Bush, Speaker of the House of Parliament, Honorable Tara Rivers, Mr. Bernie Bush, Member of Parliament, and Parliamentary Secretary Captain Eugene E. Banks. Mr. Gene Hides, Miss Hannah Hides, and Miss Farah Hides will lay the wreath in memory of his father and their grandfather and the national hero from the district of West Bay, the Honorable Thomas William Farrington. In recognition of our North Side nation builders, the wreath is laid by Deputy Speaker and Parliamentary Secretary, Ms. Barbara Connolly. In recognition of East End nation builders, the wreath is laid by Honorable Arden McLean, Leader of the Opposition. Mistress Jacqueline Smelly will lay the wreath in memory of her father, the national hero from the district of East End, the Honorable William Warren Connolly. In recognition of Cayman Brac and Little Cayman nation builders, the wreath is laid by Deputy Premier, the Honorable Moses Kirkernel.
Thank you, Mrs. Pucci. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please rise as we observe a moment of silence in memory of all of our national heroes, nation builders, whose names are etched in granite walls before us, as well as in the hearts of a grateful country. Please be seated. It is now my pleasure to invite our Honorable Premier to announce next year's National Heroes Day theme.
Well, my people, it's been a record length event. And can you imagine what it would have been like if we had tried to do all of the Seafarers at this one event instead of splitting it into 3? I don't think there'll ever be quite another event like this, because there is no other industry, there is no other vocation, no other calling, no other profession that has taken up so much of our industry, or the industry of our people, as the seafaring industry over, quite frankly, the entire length of the settlement of these islands from the late 1600s. So I don't think we have to worry about another event being quite this long. But I am incredibly proud, as is my government, and particularly the team that organized it, of how well all of this has gone, and how grateful certainly the seafarers and their families are that we have taken this time and gone to this effort to recognize the incredible contributions of the men and women who, as many have said before me, have built the foundations of these beautiful Cayman Islands. Thank you all for attending. We know it's not easy to sit there for this length of time through such a long ceremony, but you've done so out of your respect and your regard for the contributions of our people, those who have gone before us and helped make all of this possible. It is now my honor and privilege to announce the theme for next year's Heroes Day, when we will celebrate the contributions of our uniformed services.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Do remain seated or in place as the parade now marches back into Heroes Square. At the end, when the parade marches off, or before the parade marches off, we will also have the departure of the Seafarers. I just want to say that any Seafarer who is here is invited and welcome to join with the Seafarers as they depart and head back to Constitution Hall.
And we can hear in the background the Royal Cayman Islands Police Band, as the parade will once again join us here in Heroes Square. I believe it's the Royal Cayman Islands Police Band, and then there's a detachment of the Royal Cayman Islands Police Service. Beautiful sight to behold here at Heroes Square, Georgetown for this 2021 National Heroes Day. All Cayman Islands in service. Parade will line up and be in position to march. Well, they're marching right now back into Hero Square. It's been quite a wonderful day so far on this public holiday in the Cayman Islands. Hope you get the time to enjoy the rest of your holiday Monday. The parade is taking the various commands. Thank you for listening to the broadcast on Radio Cayman and CIG TV, YouTube channel and Facebook page. They will stand at attention for the national song Beloved Isle Cayman, led by Eric Nicholson.
Please stand at attention for our national song Beloved Isles Cayman, led by Mr. Eric Nicholson.
The national song. And the national song will be delivered by Beloved Isle Cayman will be delivered by, as we mentioned, Eric Nicholson.
Soft, fresh breezes of always think of you. Dear verdant island set in blue Caribbean sea, I'm coming very soon. Oh, beauteous all to thee. Although I've wandered far, my heart enshrines thee yet. Oh, and where Cayman Isles, away from noise of cities, their fret and carking care, with moonbeam soft caresses, unchecked by garish glare, thy fruits of rarest juices, abundant, rich, and free. When sweet church bells are chiming, my fond heart yearns for thee. Dear verdant island set in blue Caribbean sea, I'm coming very soon. Oh, beauteous isle to thee. Although I've wandered far, my heart enshrines thee yet. And where Cayman I cannot thee forget. When tide of all excitement and glamorous worldly care, how sweet thy shores to reach and find a welcome there. And when comes on the season of peace, goodwill to man, 'tis then I love thee best of all, beloved Isle Cayman. Dear verdant island set in blue Caribbean sea, I'm coming very soon. Oh, beauteous isle to thee. Although I've wandered far, my heart enshrines thee yet. Oh, land where Cayman I cannot thee forget.
Beautifully done there by Eric Nicholson. A song written by our newest national hero, Ms. Leela McTaggart-Ross-Shire.
Thank you, Mr. Nicholson, for that moving rendition. We sing all three verses on Heroes Day, and it is even more relevant today with the honoring of Miss Leela Ross-Shire as a national hero. Well, today has been a fantastic day of celebration, and we have honored our history and heritage in a very unique and special way. We wish to say thank you to all of the participants, all of our honorees, and especially to our seafarers. We want to say thank you for your service. We will now end the watch. Our seafarers have safely guided us through a very long journey. We had a few rough passages along the way, but we never ran aground. So we're now into safe harbor. You can go home safely and soundly. So I will now call upon Mr. Douglas to ring the bell, as customarily done on board the ships, to end the watch. At this time, we will have the departure of the Seafarers, led by the President, who will collect the red ensign.
I can see the willows waving on your southern shore as the breeze gently whispers through the trees. And the song I hear you singing flows across the distant shores, and it seems to say, my child, come back to me. Come back home, come back home.
If there are any seafarers in the audience and you wish to join the march on departure, you are able to do so. You are welcome to do so.
To my children, and my children belong to Grand Cayman. Come back home.
Seafarers will be joined by their patron, the Honorable W. McKeever Bush, Speaker.
Walk upon my sand. For my shores they belong to my children, and my children belong to Grand Cayman. I can smell the salty air upon your harbor as the northwest winds blow across your sea, and I can see
Calling all seafarers.
as they break against your shores.
The march will end inside the Constitution Hall.
Come back home to your islands. For I
And now we witness the departure of the seafarers as they make their way to Constitutional Hall, being led by the President of the Cayman Islands Seafarers Association, Dennis Tibet.
Come back home to your islands. For I long to see you walk upon my sand. For my shores they belong to my children, and my children belong to Cayman Brand.
And although distance has come between us, and I've been to many ports and many lands, I can see your West Bay beaches and your shining coral sands, and my heart it longs for you, O Grand Cayman.
Come back home to your islands. For I long to see you walk upon my sand. For my shores they belong.
I'm sure they're glad to be home now in the beautiful Cayman Islands, because when they would see so many months and years went by before they see their family, they would see their family. So
To your islands. For I long to see you walk upon my sand. For my shores they belong to my children, and my children belong to little Cayman. For my shores they belong to my children, and my children belong to Grand Cayman.
Please do remain standing for the departure of the officials, beginning with His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Martin Roper, and Mrs. Roper.
I know we're getting ready for the official departure of of His Excellency the Governor. And now we're actually seeing His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Martin Roper, as he accepts the final royal salute.
Governor Martin Roper accepting that final royal salute, and he is now departing from the Whisper, Georgetown. In a much more formal attire today, as opposed to yesterday, which was more casual and representing the Seafarers Association.
Remain standing for the departure of the Premier, the Honourable Alden McLaughlin and Mrs. Kim McLaughlin.
And now we see the official departure of His Excellency the Governor. And we see the Premier, the Honourable Alden McLaughlin, as he makes his way to accept the general salute. Being accompanied by the district, by the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Derek Bryan. Mr. Yearwood. And now we see the official departure of the Premier, the Honourable Alden McLaughlin.
The Commissioner of Police now departs.
And we can still see the members of the Royal Cayman Islands Police Service as they are still in Hero Square and will depart shortly. The parade being brought to attention for their departure. You listen to like.
Please remain standing as the parade marches off.
Well, Cayman Islands Police Service marching off. And the Royal Cayman Islands Police Band playing in the background.
The platform party will now depart. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you are especially invited to visit the Seafaring exhibits by the Cayman Islands Seafarers Association and the Bordentown Heritage Committee in the Seafarers Hall, Victory Avenue, Prospect, beginning tomorrow, 26th of January. Thank you again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And enjoy the rest of the National Heroes Day celebrations, especially our District Day celebrations and all the events we have planned for 2021 as we celebrate our seafaring heritage. God bless you.
It was fantastic. Susan,
Sure was.
what was your favorite moment? I have to ask them. What was your favorite out of all 3 days of the event? What was your favorite moment?
I would have to say when the arrival and departure of the Seafarers, because it kind of tugs at my heart, because it's there, we're recognizing the Cayman Islands Seafarers, and when they walk in and when they walk out, you can see the pride, and well, you mentioned the strong handshakes as well, so that would be my favorite, I would say. And the next favorite would be the unveiling of the bust and the announcement of the newest national hero of the Cayman Islands.
I know for me, just being a part of history and then being a part of
Fish got moon, they find moon intricate, but Conch not got no moon. I hear somebody say that somebody had said, but don't say I said, Conch I said didn't say, but Conch got no moon. Conch not got no bone, Conch not got no bone, Conch not got no bone.
Yes. Here for this National Heroes Day celebrations. Well, that is the end. We want to say thank you so much for joining us. If you've been with us from the very beginning, when Susan, you held down the fort in Sister Islands, thank you so much. And on the Grand Cayman celebrations, we want to thank you for tuning in and experiencing it with us. We hope you were able to gain all the sights and sounds and just taste a little bit of what Cayman has to offer and the celebrations of our seafaring heritage. We appreciate you. We thank you. We want to give a big shout out to CIG, the crew that are working behind the scenes. We're the ones looking pretty. They're working hard behind the scenes. Want to also give a big shout out to Radio Cayman and the crew, especially our engineer, Mr. Dean Bremer. Thank you so much. and to each and every one of you, those in the studio as well.
Right.
Right.
I think it was DJ Lynn. So thank you very much. And thank you, Radio Cayman listeners. And thank you for watching on CIG YouTube channel and their Facebook page. We appreciate it. Have a wonderful day.
There's an opportunity to watch the broadcast again. Be sure to check out CIG on YouTube. Susan, it's been a pleasure.
It's been a pleasure always.
I'm Shana Gallego. Thank you so much. Take care and God bless.
Thank you.
Jemima, tell your mama, come down on the board. And Jemima, tell your mama, come down.
anticorruption.ky. There we go.
All right, thank you very much for that, Mrs. Harris. And I'm sure that the listening and viewing public are certainly more knowledgeable about what the work of the ACC is and how they can, help the cause.
Please get behind us. We need the support of the community, otherwise we really cannot be effective without public support and confidence.
Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you.
Feeling sun and ocean breeze, staring lazy at the water. Dreaming days and stealing waves, never get enough. Hellos when the day is dawning, fresh and new with every morning. Walking on 7 Mile Beach. Mellow minds and mellow moods, heart and soul in tune. Skin as golden as the sunset, love full as the moon. Any time of day is fine. Don't pay no mind, don't care for time. Hand in your hand in mine, walking on 7 Mile Beach. On 7 Mile Beach. Walking on 7 Mile Beach. Yeah, on 7 Mile Beach.
Adjusting to this new norm can be difficult, where social distancing has become key, especially in our community, where getting together is how we show love for friends and family. The virus uses us to transport it around our community. Imagine you are asymptomatic and didn't know. Imagine you gave the virus to your friend who lives with their elderly grandmother. Imagine your friend had it and wasn't aware. What if they infected your brother or sister who has an underlying health condition? This is how the virus spreads. But we can stop the spread by continuing to social distance, limiting public gatherings, and not visiting other households. We can save lives. Remember, social distancing is Cayman kind. For more tips and advice, please visit www.gov.ky/coronavirus.
Because today, we gotta put the guns away. No more pain, and no more sorrow. Because today, we gotta put those bombs away for our children and their tomorrow. Think about this world that we're living in, and the bad news every day. So much dying and so much crying unnecessarily. Don't you think it's time that we stop this crime and bring back the smiling face, peace and love and harmony throughout this world in every place? Because today, we gotta put the guns away. No more pain and no more sorrow.